very oldest language on the face of this earth. Chico di Cabia Mapuni, Chineke, and Son of the Wishala, Nina, Cosa Hanson, Nana Jama, and Yana Farosi, Oponana, all the and then saw no totua yaba no one Because you will make a difference with your source and we're not going to
but you know what? They would like you to believe that someone is because no, I am the solution, and the only way they can get to you is by kicking me out, which is not. I have come. Look what you do. After I am done with Nigeria, Biafra will be free and enjoy freedom. Biafra will know the importance of freedom and what I in 5 years to come. Thank you.
Evil in the zoo, the more your land will be taken from you, the more your daughters will be raped and abducted, the more your sons will be slaughtered in cold blood. And under one Nigeria, there is nothing you can do about it. Absolutely nothing. Because one idiot that they groomed will rise up and say to you, oh no, it's one Nigeria, there is crime everywhere. Haven't you heard about Zamfara? Haven't you heard about Katsina? There is crime everywhere. That is not the case. The crimes you have in the north, the insecurity you have in the north is as a direct consequence of their own action. They grouped them. Al-Qaeda in the Nigeria, ISIS in West Africa, Boko Haram, Fulani headsmen, bandits, all of them. Who brought them to Nigeria? It's Fulani. Fulani brought them into Nigeria. El-Rufai brought them in. Why did the government brought them in? Are you people deaf and dumb and stupid? When you come out and you pretend, oh, we are one Nigeria, go and show somebody was asking where is the boundary, where would the boundary of Biafra begin? And I asked the fool, where did the boundary of Nigeria begin? People from Niger come in and go as they like. Most of these idiots are from Niger. They are building a pipeline to Niger. They are building a railway line to Niger. They are building roads to Niger. Whereas where the money comes from, which is Biafra land, We don't have those infrastructure. No, we don't. But you're taking our money. You come to Zone, you come to Ohaji, you come to Ebeba, you come to Agulere, you come to Ebo, you take our resources, sell it, get the money, and now you're building a way to be able and you want me to be happy with you. Clap for you, one Nigeria. I think you are insane. You come to my land, you take our oil, you take our gas, you take our bumper, you take everything, our VAT, our tax, everything. You are now building a road from Katsina to Niger. Airport. Refinery. You take oil from my land, you take it to Niger, you refine it, you bring it back to me as a refined petroleum. And you're telling me that country is viable. You're telling me that Nigeria should be supported. You are in one Nigeria. You are not going anywhere and you're dying every day. Because those that they appointed to speak for you, they gave them money so that they will come out. Pages of the newspaper to give the world giving the impression that everything is okay. When things are go and see the contradictions in it. Nigeria is not working. We are marginalized. And then you come back to say Nigeria is fine. We must stay in it together. Are you not foolish? These are the useless intellectuals that you have. On one hand, you say Nigeria is not working. You are marginalized. You are being discriminated against. You are suffering. They are killing you everywhere. And you come back to the same place and say Nigeria must be one. Had Nigerians gotten together to say they want to be part of this useless contraption, that's entirely their business. So I'm a Democrat, I'm subscribed to it. But have you asked yourself this question? Why is it that all those asking you to remain in one Nigeria has something to gain from Nigeria, or they have benefited in the past? Nothing more, nothing less. I saw the letter that Mr. wrote to President Biden. In it, Atiku said, come and help us fight terrorism in order to ensure that there will be no regional destabilization. That is their game plan at the U.S. State Department for very many years, until we stepped in. They keep trotting out these lies. Once Nigeria breaks up, there will be destabilization in the entire region. I said that because you don't understand African history. Most of these people are not people. When I say it, they say I'm insulting them. No, I'm not insulting you. Most of them think in Africa, we are tribal creatures in Africa. In Africa, we are tribal creatures in Africa. We always go back to our village where we are born, where our umbilical cord, our long, where it was buried. That's where we come from. That is why every Christmas, Easter, New Year festival, or August meeting, you see us migrating back to where we come from. And I keep saying these things to Africans, they don't understand it. They don't understand it. Everywhere in Africa during Christmas, if you like, be in South Africa, if you like, let it be in Kenya, you let it be in Rwanda, everybody from the capital goes to the village. If you go to Accra, the same thing happens. This past Christmas, if you like, go to Cotonou.
Breaking news reaching us now, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, has been arrested, extradited to Nigeria, and is right now being arraigned at the Federal High Court in Abuja. Kanu is facing charges bordering on treasonable felony instituted against him at the Federal High Court.
It was an unjust war.
Long ago, in the heart of Biafra, a nation was born from the ashes of war. A war that scarred the land and its people, yet it never killed the spirit of freedom.
The war aim of Biafra is purely to prevent ourselves being slaughtered, nothing more.
It was in this land, scarred by conflict, that Nnamdi Kanu was born, a son destined to revive the dream of independence for Biafra.
And if anybody is going to judge our success and failure in this war, it will have to depend on how much we have prevented the enemy from killing us.
Raised with the echoes of his ancestors' struggles, Kanu understood that the wounds of war ran deep in the hearts of his people. The scars from the Biafran War, which ravaged the land and cost countless lives, had never healed. The dream of an independent Biafra, broken but not forgotten, lived on in the hearts of those who survived. It was these voices, these memories, that called him to action. As Nnamdi Kanu grew, so did his voice. He became a preacher of justice, a messenger for those who were unheard. He spoke not just for his generation, but for all those whose lives were shattered by the war. The pain of the past was alive within him, and his words resonated with the cries of the oppressed. But as Kanu's message spread, so did the fear of the establishment. His calls for self-determination grew louder, shaking the very foundations of the government. They feared the revival of a Biafran spirit, one that could awaken the wounds of the past and ignite a new conflict. And so, they moved against him. Nnamdi Kanu was arrested, his body captured, but his spirit unbroken. The authorities believed that imprisoning him would extinguish the fire he had started. But they failed to understand the depths of his cause. The pain of the war, the bloodshed of the past, was not something easily forgotten. It was a flame that could never be fully extinguished. His arrest became a symbol of the struggle that began in the blood-soaked fields of the Biafran War. The demand for freedom was still alive. The fight for justice continued, not just for Nnamdi Kanu, but for all the lives lost, for all the children born into a world of scars. The fight for Biafra is not just his fight. It is the fight of all those who have ever dreamed of a free land. And though the past may haunt the present, the future is still unwritten. As long as the story of Nnamdi Kanu is told, as long as the voices of his people rise, the dream of Biafra lives on. Arrested again, 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 and yet again.
I agitate for Biafra. I agitate for Biafra, my right to agitate, my right. They turned it from tyranny now to terrorism.
This is Nnamdi Kanu speaking. Biafra land, listen. They thought they could silence me, but they didn't just cage me. They caged your spirit. They made you forget that our land still bleeds, that our people still suffer, that nothing has changed. 5 years in chains. But what about you? Are you not free? Or have they bound your voice with fear? The struggle was never about me, it was about you, your children, your land, your future. So I ask you, where is the fire that once burned in your heart? Where is the voice that once roared for freedom? Wake up! Rise again. Speak. Act. Remember who you are. This is Nnamdi Kanu.
And you were not saying I'm telling so. Black you will go send a Biafra and Black you will make a bag in my way, which you don't need. Black you will support and think. Black you will make a Biafra way there. Can you know what you can support on a jammer? See, then I have to make a Biafra. Must be defended at all cost. At all cost. It is the land of God, given to his children for their eternal habitation. We may have failed in the past to recognize this very fact, but now that this generation has come, there is nothing anybody can do to stop us from restoring the kingdom of God upon the face of this very earth in the land of Biafra, without apologies to anybody. The Fulani approach to the zoo called Nigeria is called the devil's alternative. Fulani, they have this two-pronged approach to the issue of one Nigeria. If they collapse you through banditry, they will overrun you because they believe they have superior weaponry. Right now, and all of them are in this game together. That's number one. If you sue for peace, which idiots like Omahi are doing, if you sue for peace, they will also get what they're looking for because they will plant Ruga in every local government area. The devil's alternative, whichever option you choose, men are going to die. Men will die. It doesn't matter the option you choose. If you wait for them to do things peacefully, which they will never do, they are going to kill you anyway because they'll be Ruga. And you allow them to forcibly take over your land, you are taken over, they will take it by force. And Fulani will plant their people in your local government areas. That in the next 100 years, you'll be hearing about Olo Emirates. And then we'll be like Hausa people. Our great-grandchildren will now ask their parents, what happened? They will say, oh no, there was somebody called Hope. He was playing politics. He loved Nigeria. There was one called Omahi. He loves Fulani. He used to be our brother. But then we are gone. As a race, we are finished. And I said to these fools, Fulani Caliphate is dealing with you people, but you don't know it. They are like the vulture. Nigeria is pregnant. If Nigeria dies during the pregnancy, they benefit. Nigeria gives birth to their Ruga, which they want, a new Nigeria, which they want, is also to their benefit. The only people aiding and abetting them are these quislings, the fulefus from the East, intellectuals, and sophisticated morons from the West. People negotiated restructuring. What happened? They came back and they said no. Ojukwu said, okay, so you want to continue to kill my people all over the place? No. Because of that, I'll declare Biafra. Today, they have brainwashed all of you with the perverse notion and thinking that somehow Ojukwu is responsible for causing a war, when opposite is the case. That Gowon was the aggressor, not Ojukwu. That's how Nigeria is. Always blaming the victim. And we lost over 5 million people during that very genocidal war. They killed over 5 million Biafrans. They wanted to wipe us away from the face of this very earth. But we survived it. And we are here today. Those they gave birth to, they have come. And this time with a wrath that you cannot even begin to imagine. And
what we are pursuing is a part of pressure, relentless pressure, to ensure that Biafra comes. How are we going to employ that pressure? There are only two ways to get your freedom in the history of the whole world. Freedom can be gotten only two ways. One is through the ballot box. In other words, people will contest and they will have Biafra Nationalist Party. Yes, as they have in Scotland. And then we vote for them. When they then go to the house or maybe go to Abuja, they will say, we are here under the mandate of Biafra Nationalist Party. Because of that, we want to go and conduct a referendum in order for us to be free. The other way, you fight. Either you go through the ballot box or you fight. Which option are we choosing? We have chosen to fight.
We, the Biafrans, call the Finnish authorities to release Mazi Simon Ekpa immediately. Our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa Joko, has not committed any offense. Therefore, we demand for his immediate release. Free Mazi Simon Ekpa and free him now. No hand must stop Mazi Simon Ekpa from exercising his duty as a free man. Free Mazi Simon Ekpa.
For those of you who do not understand what we are doing, we are fighting for our freedom. And I believe that everyone in this life and in this world, wherever where you are, the country where you reside in, have a history. Now, I want every one of us here today and those who will listen to this particular speech to note one very important fact. Nigeria state came into being through conquest. This is a fact that nobody can change. Nigeria came into existence through conquest. And the forceful imposition of foreign rule, which denied the indigenous people in Niger area the opportunity to negotiate and choose what they wanted. That is the problem. We have lived with this foreign rule and this forceful union for decades, over 100 years. That is the problem. Now, I want everyone listening to me today to also understand that after this forceful union of Nigeria, called the amalgamation, successive regime, both before and after the shambolic independence, continue to hold the state together in a similarly forceful manner, the same pattern and the methodology that the conquest and invasion and the colonizers came in with. They thought by the forceful and the barriers of the gun, they will continue to kill people for the unity of Nigeria. That also is the problem today. So, this impression that they are creating, that the country must remain as crafted from the amalgamation by the colonialists, and that this country called Nigeria unity is non-negotiable. That is also the problem. We have lived from centuries to century, and today we are in the era of 21st century. We are now in a global village where the things of the past and the things of the old are changing to become new. And they don't want to change Nigeria with the dangerous diversity that have now emanated from different angles and the different injustices and corruption, and now Nigeria has found itself to become an Islamic state. That is the problem. Simon Ekpa, don't allow Satan to enter you. If you have any other person that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told such thing, please come forward. I want you to come forward. Do you have any other person? I am the only living Biafra publicly. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu asked in the public, in the presence of the entire world watching the program, do not allow Satan enter you. Only him and his God knows why he said such to me. So, if you do not at least value me, you value the fact that at least Mazi Nnamdi Kanu somehow have some value. And he sees things you don't see. While some illiterate and some Zamas use such to do program, only God knows why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said such. So, there is something different with the way he addresses all this media rat. I am not hiding my mouth. It is not about bragging. It is not bragging. It is not pride. It is not nothing. But this is a fact. I told Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, if you are ready to do anything for Biafra, publicly, I believe I have been the only one also who have also made a pronouncement in public. I told him, if you are ready to fight for Biafra, if you are ready to do anything, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to get Biafra, I, Simon Ekpa, will be the first person to follow you, no matter what. And that was also in the public. So why am I saying this? I'm saying this because I don't condemn people based on what people say to me. I told Mazi Nnamdi Kanu also that if you are looking for 100 men to get Biafra, you have 50 of the men in me. Look for another 49 or look for another 50. I am alone, Simon Ekpa, is 50 men. I said it that time. They didn't know me. Today, I can tell you that in the absent, because I wanted to be 50 men when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is around. And today, I don't need to ask you have I, with other autopilot and Omada, performed more than 50 men? I don't need to ask you that because I don't need your validation. What I need you is to follow the truth. Any day I deviate, deal with me. Have I deviated? Biafra people, I want to take your memory back. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped and the news came that I should broadcast on Radio Biafra, I came to this platform and I say, God should give me the wisdom of 1,000 men to face what is ahead of me. That time, none of you see or saw what is happening today and what has happened. When I was making this prayer here, will any of what has happened today that it will ever happen? The reason why I am making these references today is for everyone watching me now and those who will watch me later to understand that anything I say, it is not by power of by myself, but the power of God in me. I don't say things when I have not confirmed it. The time I was here praying and crying, I cried on this platform 2 times, if not more than 3 times. They mocked me. They say, oh, look at the person who wants to lead Biafra. Have I ever said I want to lead Biafra? They say, oh, look at the person. Only God know where they get that kind of mindset of Simon Ekpa coming to lead Biafra, because I never discussed such with anybody. Only God and them know where they got such thing, in their mind. I don't know. They say Simon Ekpa say, hand me over Radio Biafra. I never said such thing. It was the first time I responded to them. Only God will know where they get such thing from. But I came here. I cried. They say, I want to hijack Biafra. Only God know where they get such thing from, because it is beyond human comprehension. There's somebody who is nobody, who is Mapoda, will come to hijack Biafra, a whole Biafra of 80 million people, brainy people. There's somebody who is nobody will come to hijack that kind of people. I don't understand. So I cried on this program. I said, God, give me 1,000 men wisdom. And you know what? God answered that prayer in abundance. So every problem that I have come, God already positioned and put something how to handle it. In fact, I don't think that I have used up to 100 or 50 of those wisdoms, because the problem that is coming is very, all of them look very small. So as it stands now, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is coming out. I have not even used 50 of the wisdom of 1,000 wisdom God gave me. Because, I am telling you, I have not used it. In fact, some of the problems solve itself without me even addressing it. So today, I have come to correct some certain things. Because Biafra government in exile as we continue to build bridges and form alliances and put things in the right perspective for Biafra to come next year, we announced the activation of Biafra government in exile. Boom! One betrayer in America called Felix Onyise. A man called Felix Onyise. Felix Onyise was sacked by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Completely sacked. The reason he was sacked was because he started mingling with the security men on ground, sabotaging them. Against the order of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he mingled with ESN and all manner of disobedience, insubordination, and all that. Felix Onyise, with his evil agenda, was expelled by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on Radio Biafra. The reason why I'm making this particular explanation is so that when I finally arrive at the pronouncement I'm about to do this evening, you will know why we arrived at such pronouncement and the consequences that follows for those who want to join the sabotage of this movement. Felix Onyise
they will never ever learn because they are not as smart as they should be. They are not as smart as they should be. They keep cutting off, keep suppressing, keep doing everything they can, but we keep going back. We keep going back and preaching the gospel of heaven because no bagger, nobody can stop us. You can't stop us. We are unstoppable. The sooner you realize it, the better for you. And after Oduduwa becomes free, which is going to be free, I am sure that Oduduwa
So sorry for that interruption. It's been a very big battle today. They are attacking my platform. It's very difficult to play my videos and to stream. I've been trying to refresh over and over and over again, and they are attacking the program. So just exercise patience while I resolve the issue, and we will continue.
and fish out all their people that worked for Facebook and put them in jail. That would be the best thing to do because they're evil. The young people working for Facebook, their mentality was what made it possible for the white man to leave Europe to come to Africa to conquer everybody. They think they're doing the right thing, but they are making a very bad situation worse. And we must tell them the truth. We have to tell them the truth. I told the whole world that this boy, the boy you have now is not Jubril, representing Buhari. Some of you pretend you don't know. The president is back. They said that the Fulani is, of course, they control the whole of the north. The middle belt, I don't know what is happening to them. Those people, they're a bit confused sometimes. I feel sorry for them, honestly speaking. I feel sorry for them. Babangida Aliyu has revealed why the northern governors under PDP, Jonathan's own party. Have you heard of that? This is where I want all these governors, Wike included, all these idiots claiming that governors to be able to reason very well. Do you know that at PDP governors, Jonathan was the PDP candidate? PDP governors who are from the north, core north, of course, Fulani Janjaweed north, they did not vote for him. Instead, they voted for another party, the candidate of another party from their own lineage. I want people from Niger Delta, people who idiotically and foolishly claim Niger Delta. Are you listening to me? They did not vote for Jonathan. According to them, Jonathan said he would only contest for one term. That was a revelation that this man made. Do you see the way the Fulani in the north gang up to see how they love themselves? All of you in the south, you're bickering and fighting like a crab in a bucket in Shiko. Anyone who wants to climb, you drag that one down. You see how the Fulani governors are, even though they are in PDP, they voted for Buhari, their own person, their own man, against Jonathan, who is from the so-called South, stroke Niger Delta, whatever that rubbish that means. What is their reason, they said? They said because Jonathan said he will only, be there for one term of elected office because he took over after Yaradua died, I think for about 2 years. Then he contested, he won, and he was there for 4 years. Fulani said, you promised us. If Fulani, they're always good at remembering what you promised them, but they can never remember what they promised you. So Jonathan was kicked out, yes? Now, they claim that, it was Jubril that came in 2019. Before now, this little boy took over the wearing of the mask. The mask we are now is Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed from Niger Republic, the boyfriend of Aisha Buhari, not Jubril. Jubril ran away from Cuba at the height of COVID-19 when Abakari died. One day, all these things will be revealed from sources that I'm sure you will believe. Then some of you will say that this is a prophet. Maybe by then it will be too late for some of you. Now listen very carefully, please. The same people that claimed they voted for Buhari in 2015 and voted for him again in 2019 forgot something, and I will quote for them. Nigeria's Buhari said he would not seek re-election in 2019, according to the minister. This news was carried by Reuters. The same Buhari, you claim, of course, Buhari died in 2017, we know all of that. The same Buhari in whose name you're running Nigeria said, I will only contest for one term. The same thing that Jonathan said. And your excuse for supporting Jonathan is that he said, or he reneged on his promise to only run for one term. The same thing with your so-called Buhari. But you voted in Jubril under the tutelage of Abba Kyari in 2019. Is that not correct? Or thereabout? Is that not correct? So you did not remember the promise that Buhari had made he will only run for one term, but you remember the one that Jonathan said. That's why you didn't support him. But you supported your own kind. Of course, Jubril wearing Buhari's mask. That is Fulani for you. I'm saying this because of the idiots in the south who cannot reason. Fulani is they go in, they arrange everything. They get a lost soul in Lai Mohammed to dish out the lines for some of you. They pay some Yoruba journalists. They pay them, give them money. And they forget who they are. They forget their job. And today, everybody is suffering. I have told those who are on Facebook, on my page, live there, because Facebook is frustrating everybody. Live there and go to Instagram, or you go to Twitter, or you download the app. Download the Biafra app. It's very cheap. Very, very cheap. I don't know. Some people cannot listen. Leave Facebook alone. On my page, that is, I know others are listening on other platforms. Leave Mazi Nnamdi Kanu official. Leave it alone for them. Let them be hearing me, because Facebook is listening to me right now as I preach this gospel of heaven. They cannot remember what Buhari promised, but remember Jonathan's own. That's why they kicked him out. These people are congenital liars. Fulani politicians and the idiots they have groomed in the south, they are all liars. And the only way to solve this problem is a revolution. Revolution. A very bloody revolution. And when it starts, don't read newspapers. Because Tinubu will give them money to be writing, is this tribe that did it? Is that ethnic group that did it? No. Once the revolution, believe you me, no newspaper should publish. Only a revolution can save the people. Or else we are all doomed. Because they are all liars and deceivers. These are the same people that say, oh, build alliance with us. Niger Delta, build alliance with us for 2023. The same alliance that was built. And despite all the things that Jonathan did for all of you, Alamajiri, you still burnt his billboard, attacked his convoy violently. Nobody was shot dead. Nobody was shot dead. And all of you in the south, you have all forgotten. Oh my God. Don't allow Fulani DSS, their army and police and others behind the formation of a Bubagu to deceive any of you. There are some hotel building freedom fighters who may join them. It is a grand conspiracy to set our land on fire. Brother against brother, sister against sister. They have started with the abductions. Any day we pray and our prayers are answered, people will start complaining. But now that DSS is moving from house to house abducting people, all of you are deaf and dumb, you're all blind, you cannot see it. Any day we react now, people will start shouting their rubbish as usual. Insecurity, insecurity. Now DSS is making us to feel insecure. None of you will complain. Of course, you're black people. It was your lives that sold us during slavery. It was your lives that brought in the white man after, should I say, being given chieftaincy title, warrant chief. Black people, sometimes try and love yourselves. I don't know what is wrong with you people. Try and love yourselves for once and do that which is right. Nobody in their right senses should join any Ebube rubbish. ESN is there. We will take you. We have too many Fulani terrorist settlements to clean in our land. So you must come and join Eastern Security Network. I think there was a radio station that did a poll of what the people of the East want. They said it's ESN. They said it openly. We don't trust the governors. If not for ESN, nobody would have thought about this IPOB rubbish that they claim. Have you seen them before? They are floating something. Have you seen any men? Show me one thing to say that this is. What is even their telephone number if you're in distress? If you're being raped by a Fulani and you escape, which number are you going to call? They keep playing with your brain, and some of you keep falling for it, and you claim you are educated. And I want to say or to repeat what the former Senator Shehu Sani wrote. I had to truncate it because it was very long. Some of you in the zoo called Nigeria do not understand this. In the US they do, in Europe they do, elsewhere they do. Only those in the zoo called Nigeria. Whoever is elected to represent the people, and the people that he claims he represents are being persecuted, oppressed, killed or kidnapped, and he chooses to cowardly remain silent or sit on the fence out of fear of losing his seat or upsetting or even offending a certain power or authority or mortal God, that person is morally unworthy and undeserving of the seat he occupies. In a nutshell, this is from Sheikh Husani. It's not from me. Please quote him. I am quoting what Sheikh Husani wrote. All the politicians you have in the East, they are not worthy of the seat they occupy. They are there to protect you. Have they ever protected you? I keep asking you this question all the time. When our sister was killed and cut up into pieces at Uli, what did Obi not do? Now that we are being attacked in Ebonyi State, what is Dave Umahi doing? In Enugu, we are being slaughtered every blessed day. What is the governor over there doing? Or is it in Abia State? And they claim they represent you. They claim they are fighting for you. Yet people are coming to kill you and are killing you. They have not done anything till today. Even with their boastful Ebubago rubbish, audio security, they have done nothing. And you still believe in them or trust them, then there is something fundamentally wrong with you. Therefore, ESN is all that we have, and we must guard and protect it jealously. I want to sound a note of warning to all those in the diaspora. I know that some of you mean very well for what we are doing on the ground, especially our men on the front line. Nobody wants to hear that our men are hungry or that they are sick, they're not receiving the right treatment. Nobody likes that. But I want to warn all of us in the diaspora, please. Very, very important. Stop calling people who are on the front line. You must desist from contacting commanders on the ground from today. No more. Because it breeds insubordination and ill discipline, which we cannot afford right now. If there is any complaint, very soon a number is going to be released. The command of ESN flows from me to our high command, to our general on the ground, who now gives instructions to the men in the field. We don't want a contamination of that chain of command. You may mean very well, no doubt. And all those who are in the business of doing videos, complaining to people in the diaspora, you must stop forthwith. You must stop it immediately. We are not going to tolerate or allow that nonsense to continue. If you are an operative of ESN or a commander, I must also warn you, please, not to contact those abroad unless you are instructed to do so by your state commander. In every state, the state commander is paramount. What he says goes. In the fullness of time, if he's not doing it very well, we will know and we will seek to correct it. Stop speaking to those who are in the diaspora. The zoo can plant people abroad to know where we are. You don't know. After talking to them, you compromise your position. It will be attacked or raided. Please, that nonsense must stop tonight. I don't want any meddling in the affairs of our men on the ground. All the funds being contributed is being disbursed on the ground to meet our day-to-day challenges. You must understand that, please. Every ESN operative in every state is under the state commander. I don't care who you are. Even some Lone Rangers, some special squads that we have, you are under the overall command of the state commander. Every ESN operative in every state is under the state commander, who is under the overall general, who in turn reports to the high command. Very, very important, because the only thing we have to defeat our enemies is discipline. Any army that is disciplined always ends up winning. Very, very important. We understand this today. Discipline is key. And we don't want people who are abroad meddling in what we are doing. It is not good, please. Without discipline, we cannot defeat this monster. Remember that they have their agents in your governors and all the rest of them. You must understand that our governors are evil. And like those that sold our forefathers to the white man, they will do anything now to sell us to the Fulani Janjaweed. They have no conscience. They have no soul. That was why they invited Operation Python Dance 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, if it's before, they'll bring Python Dance. And as I told you, people should not panic. They say they want to bring their army. They have no army to bring. The zoo, they have no army to bring. Forget all that rubbish. We'll bring our army. You have nothing to bring. And if you try to move the few people you have in Bauchi and in Kaduna and Makurdi down to the east, Fulani, the hardened bandits will overrun your villages. And you know that very well. So all that nonsense will bring this rubbish. They have nothing. One day, they will answer for their crimes. Please, without discipline, we cannot defeat these people. And to all those encouraging these evil and corrupt governors, know that you are aiding and abetting the terrorists to take over our land. If you support this, they will be rubbish. You are aiding them because they can't do nothing. How can you form a security network with the Fulani soldiers behind you and Fulani police? Are you foolish? The same people that if you ask them to go and arrest one Fulani bandit, somebody will say no to you. So people are saying that we should come together. ESN and the Bubago. I have not seen a Bubago before. How can I come together with something I have not seen? Come together with who? Oh, you mean come together with the Commissioner of Police who is Aliyu Alekali from Fulani? So they will know all our... Okay, now I understand. So they will know our modus operandi, they know all our secrets, how we operate, and then they will go and tell their chief of army staff. They now launch a counterattack against us. That is what they want. So people telling you about rubbish and all the rest of them, they want to set a trap for us. They say, come, let's join together and provide this security. We go to the meeting. They ask us, how many men do you have? How many arms do you have? And all the rest of it, they're going to tell them. Because, of course, you call it joint security, which means the Fulani Police Commissioner will be there, isn't it? Now, do you see why we cannot be part of that rubbish? Can you now understand the reason why? If they're interested, they should support what ESN is doing. Come and support it. And we are doing a very good job already, aren't we? We are doing a very marvelous, fantastic job already. If you want to know what your future will be like without ESN, go and study the history of Hausa people. I keep telling you this all the time. If you want to know what your village will be like in the next 50, 60, 70 years, go and ask yourself, what is the original name of Sokoto? They will tell it is Gobert. Hausa. Today, it is the Sultanate owned by the Fulani. The same thing is about to happen to us unless we open our eyes and ears now, not tomorrow. To fight and defeat this very monster. And once again, allow me to commend those who are doing their fundraising in Maryland and those that did one earlier in China. Us is going to the front line. But you know, I must make one thing very clear. We don't want to breed the type of, should I say, culture and thinking or philosophy of militancy, which is money for hand, back for grand type of thing. Before they go and sack Fulani terrorists from their forest, you give them money. We don't do that. We're a volunteer army. We have come to defend our land. Do not bring corruption into it by talking to people selectively and saying, I'm promising them something. I will not tolerate it. Anybody who does that next time will be removed from IPOB. I don't want anybody speaking to men on the ground. They have commanders. With only discipline, we are going to win and succeed in this very war that we're fighting. Understand that very clearly. I thank you all for listening to us this very evening, and as always, some may think that we despise them. Of course we don't. Everything I say to you is born out of love so that you can repent and change. Reason very well and be worthy to be called a human being. With all the love in my heart, believe it or not, I do. From me, from here, it is good evening. Of a black man is the way that we reason. If not that the way we reason is very, very abhorrent, there is no need or reason why we should be suffering and complaining every blessed day without the courage to do something about it. Some of you tried to do something about it with the End SARS protest, but some of us quickly, or should I say some of you quickly capitulated because of your tribal affiliations or religious considerations. They managed to divide each and every one of you. But today you must make up your mind what you want to do. Do you want to change your lives, or do you want to continue residing in a damnable zoological republic with no hope, way, or means out of the mess that you're in? Why can't we change our lives? Those who are telling you that the revolution is not the best way to go about it, ask them, how come Russia is advanced today? How come the United Kingdom, Britain is advanced today? How come Germany is advanced today? How come France is advanced? How come Spain is advanced? How come the United States of America, of course the greatest country on this very earth, is where they are today? Is because in each and every of these countries there was a revolution. Either a violent overthrow of a very corrupt and inept regime, or there was what I would refer to as intellectual revolution. In Africa, none of these appears to be present at the moment. Those of them that commenced the End SARS protest tried as much as they can, but the forces that we overwhelmed them, the forces of darkness, the forces of hate, the forces of retrogression, the forces of iniquity prevailed, especially with the help of their journalists and their media houses. But this time around, we must prepare ourselves. But before we do so, we must ask this very important question. Are we all prepared for this very change that is about to come? Are we mentally tough enough to withstand all the garbage that will be thrown at us? Are you strong enough to jettison every emotional consideration that has to do with tribe, ethnicity, or religion? Once we are able to overcome all of this nonsense, believe you me, this very next phase of revolution will stand and stand very, very strongly. Everybody knows that Nigeria is a scam, a very big one. Nigeria is being run by an extremist bunch of dictators called the president. All of you know this. Everybody understands this very fact that Buhari is no more. You know that Buhari is dead, everybody knows. But those still perpetuating this very myth that Buhari is alive are those pinning their hopes on 2023. So this is a collection of odd bedfellows. These are people who are determined by every means available to cling on to power, to continue to impoverish you, to continue to allow terrorists from all across the Sahel to occupy your farmlands and your forests. They rape your mothers, they abduct your sisters, they kill your traditional rulers, they kill the daughters of your prominent men, and you do nothing about it because their only consideration is to keep you focused on this very elusive, better Nigeria to come. You and I know that Nigeria can never ever be better. We know that very well. The whole world understands that Nigeria can never ever be better. Why are you pinning your hopes on it? You're pinning your hopes on it so you can go to Dubai like Atiku and the rest of them and buy houses for your wives and your concubines. You are doing so because you think it's the turn of your village to eat money. And I have consistently asked this question. Biden, that has just been confirmed as the US president, is he from your village? Boris Johnson from the United Kingdom, is he from your village? Is Angela Merkel from your ethnic group? I'm asking you in the zoo. Do you prefer of heaven, the very oldest language on the face of this very earth?
Because I can say that from what I have just listened from you, it is just not ordinary.
Very wonderful. When my lawyers came to see me, I had a discussion with them about how I'm going to defend myself. I told them that
welcome. Thank you for joining us on this very morning program. It's been a very tough one. It's a very tough day. Today, Monday, I think is, today I got the worst attack I have ever gotten on this very journey of Biafra broadcasting. The attack today is the greatest I've ever seen. If not for the fact that this is a commitment that I have made to serve my own country, to serve my conscience, maybe I will not be online today. So no matter what happens, we must continue. So if you are still here, I appreciate you and I congratulate you for being able to hang on till this moment. Today it's the worst day. The worst day. All the time I've been making broadcasts, today is the worst. The attack I got today, I've never gotten it before. And I know where the attack is coming from, but I will never stop. No matter what they do, no matter what they say, I will never stop. We must continue to propagate the gospel of Biafra. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must never be left alone. He remains our supreme leader. He remains our leader. The only one that is the face of the struggle. It doesn't matter what you think or how you feel. If you don't like it, go and grab the transformer. Attacking my platform, kicking people out and preventing me from coming online can never stop the support of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. For as long as I am alive, my own very self, I will not be the one to disappoint Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Not me. Not while I am still alive. For as long as Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that I know has remained 1000% on the same line he has been from day one. The same voice I had that encouraged me to speak about Biafra is still the same to today. Whether dead or alive, I will never take myself away from the supreme leader of IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And if you think you are the one that is going to diminish Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and make him irrelevant, you are only destroying yourself. You will only succeed in destroying yourself, your generation unborn. The supreme leader of IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, had a call from Chukwu Okike, a call not just to save Biafra, to save humanity in truth. To save humanity in truth. And he has stood on that ground, defending the cause of freedom for all, not just for Biafran people, freedom for all. Whether you are from Arewa, Ududua, or a Biafran, or you are from anywhere across the world, the speech of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu all the time is that everybody have the right to decide their fate. Live and let live. Our pursuit of self-determination is our right. We are not forcing anybody to join us on the path of self-determination. It is a choice that you need to make. If you want to be free, fine and good. If you want to remain a slave, it is your choice. Nobody is going to force you out. But I strongly believe that more than 90% of Biafrans, have given Mazi Nnamdi Kanu support, a mandate to go on, speak for us until we are free. Even if you decide to conduct the referendum in Nigeria about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today, if you put out a referendum on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu support, I bet you 80% of the people in that contraction will say that he was right. Let him go. No amount of narrative that you are creating today will remove Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from the picture. Nigerian government is fighting every single day to push Mazi Nnamdi Kanu away from the picture. Remember, today is Monday. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Monday is a day dedicated to him, whether you like it or not. Whether you like it or not, call it whatever you want. See it in any way you want to see it. It's up to you. the supreme leader of IPOB, under Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is the only leader that we know. What he says goes. In the code of conduct of IPOB, he is the only one that has the right and authority to hire and fire any principal officer. You have no right to take him away from the picture. Apart from the fact that the code of conduct gave him that right, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu himself have earned a position in the heart and mind of all the Biafran people. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has earned a position in the eye of the international community. And there is nothing you can do about that. You can continue to attack. You can continue to deceive. You can continue to create your narrative. You can continue to buy all the media houses in the world. You will fail. You will definitely fail. Today, we are seeing what is happening. The same people that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu created from prison, he told them, your service is done because you are compromised. He created them from the prison and he sacked them from the prison and established a new one, and they said no. Now today, what is created has become stronger than the creator. Only an idiot will challenge his gods to a battle. Only an idiot will challenge his God as a battle. IPOB, the DOS, was a creation of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kuje prison. Don't you forget that. He created DOS from Kuje prison. And that was the third administration. There has been two before them. There have been two administrations before the third one. This third one, which was created in Kuje prison. And today, after looking into what has happened and continues to happen, the supreme leader of IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, have seen it that these people are compromised and their job is done. And he created a new one from Sokoto prison. The same way he created them before. Today we have the fourth administration under Mazi Nnamdi. And they said no, they're going nowhere. That they want to remain relevant to themselves, That they want to cling to power. They want to remain who they are. It is a shame. It is a shame. And today, what they are doing is going to align. They have aligned with all the enemies of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The same thing they did against Mazi Simon Ekpa. You see, that is why I thank Chukwu Okokabiyama for the spirit of discernment he has given me to an extent. From day one, I have never distanced myself from Mazi Simon Ekpa. I have never distanced myself from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I have only followed the truth and nothing but the truth. When they were criminalizing Mazi Simon Ekpa, some of you did not know what their plan was. The only person that saw this thing we are seeing today was Mazi Simon Ekpa. And he cried and shouted. He went ahead to cast a vote of no confidence on this bunch of criminals who have been bought over by the politicians. Go and check what they are doing. What they are doing against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today is exactly the thing they did against Mazi Simon Ekpa. Painted him evil. They created false flag operations everywhere in Biafra land and they put it on him simply because he was supporting Biafrans to continue to hold on civil disobedience to demand for the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The reason they hated Mazi Nnamdi is because he was mounting pressure internally against the government to free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, something they could not do. Every sensible and intelligent person knows that the only way to free a political prisoner from the hand of the government is either through internal pressure or external pressure. The case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is with Nigerian government. The Nigerian government owns the court, owns the lawyers, and the judges. Whatever they say goes. The only way you can be able to change the narrative and make them obey their own law is through pressure. Pressure from inside and pressure from the international community. The DOS expel the DOS under Chikudizim. The expelled DOS under Chikudizim, did they mount any pressure on Nigerian government in any shape, form, or angle? Did they? Did they put any pressure on Nigerian government to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? I want you to answer that question yourself. And if you think they did, please, can you write on the comment section and tell me what they did that signifies pressure against the government in Nigeria? The only single man who mounted pressure that the government was crying about, all the politicians was crying about, all the saboteurs and enemies of Biafra we are crying and shouting about, was Mazi Nnamdi. And because of the pressure he was mounting on the Nigerian government, not on individuals, the people saw the relevance. These criminals and saboteurs saw that he was actually fighting for the release of the supreme leader. International attention was gathering momentum. The world was paying attention to all what was happening. Nobody could keep silent anymore. And they channeled their energy on Simon Ekpa to blackmail him. They call him different kinds of names. First of all, they claim he's working with Tinubu. They claim he's working with Nigerian government. They claim he's working with Omagi. They claim he's working. So many claims, lies from a bit of it. The same thing they are doing to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today. Today they are telling you that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is compromised. That Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is holding meeting with the governors. That Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is holding meeting with the Nigerian government. This was the lie they pushed. And some people ignorantly believed them. Why we were telling you that Simon Ekpa was working with the government? A governor came out and announced that IPOB under Chike Edoziem have agreed to work with them. It is not a secret. On a national TV, Seibo on a national TV came out and told the whole world that IPOB of Chike Edoziem have agreed to work with them. That they are no longer part of the pressure group to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, which he himself tagged as criminals. These things are in the public. Then how could somebody working with the government come and tell you that Mazi Simon Ekpa is working with the government and compromise? They attribute all manner of insecurity, killings in Biafra land to Mazi Simon, but there is no any evidence anywhere where somebody came out and testified and said that Mazi Simon did this. There is no official known evidence of any crime anywhere that you can say that this was done by the Liberation Army under Mazi Simon. Everything you were hearing were all propaganda, lies, right, left, and center. But in this program today, I am going to share with you once again. I have shared the evidence before. Many of you must have seen the video. Where somebody who claimed to be ESN under Chike Doziem and Chinasaboru went and took the life of a traditional ruler under the order of Chike Doziem and Chinasaboru. He was interviewed on national TV. The NTA was there, Channel Television was there, Arise, all the popular television stations in Nigeria were there. But at the same time, this same man was so loved by Nigerian government and the politicians. They are willing to work with him. They are willing to dialogue with him. He is their right-hand man, a man who someone have testified on national TV and said that he sent them to go and take the innocent life of a traditional ruler in Imo State. You know, when we give this sample, there are numerous videos that indict these criminals. There are numerous audios that indict them. But somehow they felt they can be able to use the media to change narrative and act some people evil in order to project their evil agenda. This happened again and again and again and again under Mazi Nnamdi, and so many people ignorantly believed them. But today, it is a different ballgame. They are now channeling their energy on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Today, they are going from media to recruit people to attack Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They go to media houses to shape up a narrative to tag Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as the source of insecurity in Biafra land. The mission they were given, make Mazi Nnamdi Kanu irrelevant and make sure you paint him as the one who is responsible for the insecurity in Biafra, even when they know he's not. Mazi Nnamdi was not. But some people, because of ignorance, greed, envy, and jealousy, bought into the idea, and they took away a man who put his life on the line to take the bullet on behalf of our supreme leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Today, all of us are suffering it. Some of us who bought into that their idea today, they are now defending Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and they cannot see how difficult it is. They are now feeling what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu felt when he was all alone, fighting these criminals with all their propaganda, with all their government machines, with all their international machines. We fought them stand still until they activated their international conspiracy that took Mazi Nnamdi, which we believe is coming back soon. Wherever you're watching me from. Today, I am going to play a video. Maybe I'm not going to play all of it today. Maybe in the evening, I'm going to use it for a full program in the evening. They don't want me to broadcast this morning. You can see when I started, it was almost difficult for me to progress. They kick me out, they block my program, I refresh, I come back again. They don't allow me to come in, I refresh again. They block my platform completely. Viewers cannot even see my platform, they can't see it. But all the same, to God be the glory, here are we, doing what we know how to do best. Wherever you are joining, like and share the program. Share to family and friends. Share to your neighbors. Share to those that have superior arguments to come. This morning program, we are going to anchor it with the program that Edmond Obino did recently. This Department of Saboteur, under Chikedu's team, these people are evil. And what they are doing today is going to media, popular media platforms. Popular media platforms, they go there to try to change narrative. They are contacting media networks You saw the other day, I played a video where our sister Achalugo revealed a voice message where they were contacting people, negotiating to join them on media to attack Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I saw a program in Edmond Obilo. They jumped into that program. I don't blame Edmond Obilo for anything. He did what he has to do. He's a journalist, a sound one at that. So I have nothing against Edmond. And I'm not accusing him that he was paid. No. These people are able. Maybe from looking to them, maybe they have contacted him to speak on that issue. Maybe they told him to speak about, somebody might contact him and tell him to speak about the issue of IPOB. That is what maybe they contacted him, not necessarily giving him a monetary offer. And even if they do, that is his job. He's a journalist, online journalist, and he's doing what he has to do. But I don't blame him in the program he hosted. But if you watch that program, you will see that from the beginning of the calls, it was all members of SAC DOS. They were the ones that made call on that program. Throughout the whole program, the people that called in were members of the SAC DOS, except for one or two people who were just neutral and saying things the way it is. Every other person that called into that program of Edmond Obilo, they were all members of the SAC DOS. And I know Edmond is not a fool. He's a very smart guy. He knows what he's doing. And there are very important questions that he asked that caught my interest, which we are going to play here, and we are going to see how that. I'm not going to play all of the program. I'm just going to pick some places on the program. Maybe in the evening, I will play the full program in the evening, then analyze all the lies that those SAC DOS members came to spill in that platform. A very wonderful platform that people enjoy program. And they bumped into that platform, trying to destroy the platform with their lies, propaganda. I know Biafrans, most of us are so emotional. You will get angry with Edmond, but I don't have anything against Edmond. Edmond Obilo did what he has to do. That's his program. And he handled it perfectly well to an extent. Whether he's contacted or not contacted, for me, him as a journalist did what he has to do. So without wasting time, I want us to go to that program. That program that was done by Edmond. Let's see what we can extract from there. I'm not going to play all of it. In the evening, I will come back to the program with a full program on it. And I like it. So let us listen to that very program that was conducted by Edmond Obilo.
They have gone ahead to indefinitely suspend the office of the...
Let me take it back a little bit so that we can get the picture. So let's listen and hear what
it is the story of Nnamdi Kanu.
Story of Nnamdi Kanu.
It is the story of IPOB. This is the story of how states destroy movements not through military force, but through legal warfare by creating the conditions for internal collapse.
Agreed.
It is the story of charisma versus institution, of martyrdom versus pragmatism, of a movement trapped between its revolutionary origins and the cold realities of survival. We will trace Nnamdi Kanu's decade-long legal odyssey, from his 2015 arrest to his dramatic escape in 2017, to his sensational rendition from Kenya in 2021. We'll also look at his recent life sentence. We will examine the state's strategic deployment of the terrorist label, how an ex-parte order in 2017 criminalized an entire movement, and how selective acquittals have fueled internal fractures. We will explore the philosophical and historical parallels from the court of Peron in Argentina to the martyrdom of Öcalan in Turkey to understand the tragic choices facing IPOB at this moment. The central question is no longer whether the state will destroy IPOB. The question is whether IPOB will destroy itself first. So, settle in. We are about to take you deep into the heart of a movement's fracture, a story of law, a story of power, a story of loyalty, and the brutal calculation of political survival.
I want you to pay close attention. We are getting somewhere. Just listen to every single thing that Edmond Obilofa to say. I don't have a problem with him. He's a very good presenter, knows what he's doing, a sound journalist. And when it comes to the issue of Biafra, agitation and all that, he has been doing very well. To my fear, these people have bumped into his program and they want to destroy it.
Let's go into the heart of the story. Are you with me?
I'm with you.
I'll be happy to read your comments. Let me see. Let me see if you are saying something already. Are you on X? Are you listening on X? If the program benefits you, can you share the program? Are you on Facebook? If you are learning from the program, can you share? Can you repost? Can you invite your friends to join? Can you share the link, the YouTube link? I'll be happy to see you do that. The essence is to take the message further. So as you share, I say thank you. As you listen, thank you. As you comment, thank you. As you prepare to call, thank you. It is State Affairs with Edmond Obilo. All right. I'm yet to see a comment. So we are looking at a struggle that has just struck the heart of the Biafran secessionist movement. It is a tale of two factions, a detained leader,
pay attention,
and a power struggle that reveals the fault lines threatening to tear the indigenous people of Biafra apart. On one side, you have the IPOB Directorate of State, its highest decision-making body, now led by Chika Edoziem. They've made an unprecedented move. They have gone ahead to indefinitely suspend the office of the leader of IPOB and the position of Director of Radio Biafra, both previously held by the man who has been the movement's face for a decade, Nnamdi Kanu. In a statement, Edoziem justified this drastic action as a protective measure. The DOS, that's the Directorate of State, cited intelligence report about a meeting between Kanu and Nigeria.
Listen carefully. The accusation they have against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they accuse Mazi Nnamdi Kanu of having a meeting with the DSS in Sokoto. I want you to pay close attention. The accusation they have against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Listen.
Nigerian security agencies concerns that communications from Kanu's prison have led to the arrest and death of members, and fears that a new militia is being formed to ignite violence.
This is exactly the same accusation they had against Mazi Simon Ekpa. That is what they're bringing to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. In the case of Mazi Simon Ekpa, he was quite outside. Then they accuse him of working with Tinubu, accuse him of working with the Dave Umahi, and they said he created militia, accused the Liberation Army of different kinds of things. Today, they are now deviating and say the reason they said that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is no longer the supreme leader, nor in charge of Radio Biafra, is because that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu had a meeting with the Nigerian government, the DSS to be precise, in Sokoto. And therefore, they cannot be able to work with him. I want you to listen to him. Just pay close attention. And when you are listening to these accusations against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, always put at the back of your mind what transpired during the time of Mazi Simon Ekpa.
To take note of that point, the Directorate of State of IPOB fears that a new militia is being formed to ignite violence.
The people they are now calling a new militia is the Liberation Army that came out and pledged loyalty to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the supreme leader of IPOB. The ESN that all of us know, which was created by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, only came out to pledge loyalty to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Now they tag them militia. They tag them a new militia. You and I know that the people that came out and offered statements were members of the ESN. They are not new. They are not militia. These are members of the ESN, which was upgraded to the Liberation Army. The same individual, the same manpower, nothing changed. But what they are telling the world is that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is creating a new militia. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is compromised. They are telling the Biafran people that now Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has compromised and yielded to the Nigerian government. Unbelievable. Don't worry. In this place, I'm going to play a video for you where a governor confirmed that these people are working with them. And the same people that the governor came and confirmed they are working with them now tell that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the one working with the government. And some idiots, some ignorant fools are listening to them. Some ignorant fools are listening to them. The same people that even they came and testified by themselves that the governors approached them and asked them to hand over the ESN to the governors, and they did. And Solu, they came, Seiwo came out and made a broadcast and said that they are now working together with them. All of a sudden, rise up one day and tell you that they are now the angel. That Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the one who is compromised. The same thing, the exact same thing they were doing to Mazi Simon Ekpa. The same line of accusation, the same style, the same template, which some of us fell in, that gave them the audacity today to begin to do what they are doing. If all of us have stood our ground and continue to stand on the innocence of the Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, we will not be where we are today. These people will not even find their feet. They won't even have
smell anywhere close. But some of us ignorantly or because of envy, jealousy, or carelessness allowed that lie then. Give a dog a bad name to kill it, and they allowed it to happen. Today, here are we. We are now fighting to save our Supreme Leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's face. The face of the struggle that you and I know. That's where the battle is today. I want you to follow me on this program. Look gradually, and you are going to see what we are trying to do in this platform. Let's go. No hurry.
The DOS argued that a decentralized leadership structure is necessary for the movement's survival, declaring that no individual has the authority to dissolve its central leadership structure.
They are making a declaration against the code of conduct. The code of conduct that they themselves are part of, that has kept them. The code of conduct that created them states that only Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has such authority to fire and hire any principal officer. That is what the code of conduct said. The only Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has the authority to hire and fire any principal officer. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not dissolve the DOS. What Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did was enter into the fourth administration of the DOS and sack the principal officers that have been compromised, which is under his command, which is the authority placed on him by the code of conduct of IPOB. The code of conduct of IPOB gave him the order to hire and fire. He did not destroy the DOS. What he did was to enact the fourth administration. And by the way, these people who are insisting on remaining there are the third administration. They were not the first. I was first. I was second. And they are the third. They were even created while Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was in Kuje prison. Because some of them are making a case, how can you be in the prison and you begin to dissolve? They were created while he was in Kuje. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu single-handedly created them while he was in Kuje prison and gave Ucheme for the order to announce, and he did. And they came up and took up the job, which they have messed up today. And what the code of conduct said that only Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has the authority. The supreme leader has the authority to fire and hire any principal officer that misbehaves. And that was exactly what he did. He fired the compromised officers and inaugurated the fourth administration of the DOS. He did not dissolve the DOS. He inaugurated the fourth administration. You know, they will always change narrative and paint a picture that will suit their idiocy, and they will confuse those they want to confuse. And that is why they are jumping from one media to the other to go and speed their lies. I am following Edmond to explain this for people who will listen to it. I don't have any problem with Edmond. He's not a member of IPOB. As a journalist, he's going to work on what information that he has and what he has been told. So let's continue.
This is an administrative dispute, a fundamental claim that the movement is now bigger than the man who created it.
Imagine.
Do you think so?
Question. That the movement is now bigger than the man that created it. This is what Edmond is saying. They are claiming now that the movement is now bigger. This is not even about the movement. It's not even about the movement. This is about the DOS. They are now claiming now to be bigger than the man that made them.
They are now claiming to be bigger than the man himself that made them, which is something I don't understand. They are claiming to be bigger than the man that made them. And everyone is asking, is this supposed to be so?
On the other side is the IPOB faction speaking through its media and publicity secretary, Ima Powerful, which has fiercely rejected this coup. This faction insists that Nnamdi Kanu remains the supreme leader and that he lawfully dissolved the Edoziem-led DOS administration before this suspension was announced, replacing it with a new leadership headed by Chris Nwogu. For this faction, the move by Edoziem is illegal, null and void. The authority, they argue, rests exclusively with Kanu, even from prison.
Absolutely.
As one statement put it, the authority of the supreme leader remains supreme, unquestionable, and binding on all members.
Very important. The authority of the supreme leader remains supreme and binding on all members. The authority of the supreme leader remains supreme and binding on all members. Don't forget that.
Now, let's look at the implications of this quarrel within IPOB. It is a fight for the very soul of the movement.
Agreed.
The movement is stuck in a paradox. Its founder, Nnamdi Kanu, is a convicted prisoner with a life sentence. He is not just a leader. He has been symbolically elevated to a quasi-sacred status, the supreme leader. He is the martyr, the voice from behind bars, the living embodiment of the struggle. His authority is absolute and unquestionable. This is a powerful tool for mobilizing the base, but it is also a fatal structural vulnerability. A movement that centralizes all powers in a single inaccessible individual is a movement that cannot evolve or adapt. It is frozen in time, emotionally and strategically. The Edoziem faction is arguing that operational necessity, intelligence, and the safety of members require a more pragmatic, decentralized approach, a distributed network that can withstand state pressure. The Kanu loyalists argue that such pragmatism is a betrayal of the movement's sacred founding principles. Both sides are using the language of constitutionality. The Kanu loyalists argue that only their interpretation of the IPOB code of the IPOD. The Kanu loyalists argue that only their interpretation of the IPOB code of conduct is correct, that it gives Kanu the power to hire and fire anyone, anywhere, at any time.
It is not just Kanu's loyalists' code of conduct interpretation. That is the exact thing that is happening. When you say Kanu loyalist interpretation, it will now seem as if there is another interpretation to the code of conduct except that. The code of conduct of IPOB have only one interpretation, and it says that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the supreme leader of IPOB, is the only one that had absolute power to hire and fire any principal officer. That is what the code of conduct says. It doesn't have any other second interpretation. It does not have any other second interpretation. It's only one interpretation. Anybody that is trying to bring another interpretation into it is just being mischievous. So the truth must be stated accurately correct. These same people who claim to be whatever they are not knows that the code of conduct gives Mazi Nnamdi Kanu absolute power to hire and fire any principal officer. He created the DOS all the way from Kuje prison. And when he found out that they compromised, he dissolved them. He did not dissolve the DOS, he dissolved the officers who, he sacked those officers who were involved. He only inaugurated the fourth administration of the same DOS. Remember, these people that just left is the third administration that was first, second, and this is the third. Why is it that the third does not want to go when we already have the fourth administration? We are going to go deep, and a lot of things are revealed in this very program of Ebola. And I know, I'm not accusing, he's a very wonderful man, and he presented this accurately, but I know it was the IPOB. When you see the way they were calling in and bombing information there, almost all the calls that came in, we are just members of this DOS. They are principal members. They were the one calling for it. And you can imagine somebody holding a program, and all of a sudden, it's only one group that got an alert. They will be the only one that got an alert to come to the program and make impact. It speaks volume, and we are not sleeping. That is why we pick the program and we dissect it. We have no problem. Some of our Biafrans will have problem with Edmond. No, Edmond is a very professional journalist and he's doing a very great work, and I appreciate him. And by the time we go further, you begin to understand what really transpired. Before I play more, I can see my brother. Let me welcome my brother. I can see my brother. I think Maxwell. Bro Maxwell is there. I can see Bro Maxwell there. I can see my brother, Bro Chris is also there. I welcome you. Thank you for joining the program, Bro Maxwell. Thank you for joining, Bro Chris.
Thank you so much.
So before I proceed, I think I need to make a speech before I proceed, because sometimes, more especially Bro Maxwell, most of the time he might not have all the time to be around. Let me allow him to make a speech, and then Bro Christian will make a speech. Then we'll proceed with the video.
Bro Maxwell, Otego, my dear. Hey.
Namoche Chris. Do no tole.
Oh, my dear brother, I cannot leave Jehovah. We meet again after the long road, you know.
I'm telling you.
At the end, yes, we see the result. Thank you, my brother. God bless.
Amen. Thank you. And God bless. Mazi Chooks, it's like I am on a very long vacation, but it's just that I am so busy, and sometimes my network. If you look at me now, I wanted to state it today because I refused to honor their calls today. So I wanted to stay, but because of the heavy rain that is going on in Ghana, the whole of Ghana. Let me just say, I'm not trying to exaggerate. Greater part of our country is underground, under the water.
Submerged.
Yeah.
Submerged.
Yes. It's under the water. If you go to the place they call Taswa, this way along the Central Region Road, the Eburi Road, where you have the mountains, and they even caution about mudsliding and the rock falling and so on and so forth within those areas, Eburi side. So you see, people are being warned to stay at home. If you have nothing to do, stay at home because of how. And they propose that this rain will last for about 18 to 19 or 20 hours thereabout. Since yesterday it started falling. Since yesterday, the level even within our area, we are on a higher ground. So when you look at the other side, you see the movement of the water. The movement is carrying vehicles. This Toyota V's, those little vehicles, it's moving them. It's moving them. That is how difficult it is. And I hope that our people, no matter how heavy, how bad the flood is, we won't lose anybody this time, just like it happened some time ago. It was very, very bad.
Last year too. Last year too, Ramaz. Last year also,
yes,
or 2 years ago.
Yes.
One happy one like that swept a lot of people.
Yes, even the worst one that killed, I think, close to 1,000 people was, I think, June 3rd, 2015 or thereabout. That one killed a lot of people because it was involved. A petrol station was engulfed with flame, by flame too. So that one really killed a lot of people. But we've not seen any casualty now. When after the red, we will begin to count the cost. So that is how it is. So I just hope that my people, with the instructions that has been given through the media, I know I'm losing network. I am losing my network. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Network problem.
I'm losing my network.
I can hear you though. I don't know.
Yes. So, okay, sir. I just let them know that it is well, and if you don't have any emergency, remain in your house. If you are going to work today, you have to rest today and stay and watch how the weather will look like before you can be able to go. As I'm talking to you now in my place, it's still falling. It's still falling. So, Mazi Chuks, I salute you. I don't know if you can hear me still.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I salute you. I salute your consistency in the preaching of the problems of Biafran people and whatever that we are faced with. I commend Bro Chris Nnamoche. It is well with each and every one. Those of you in the comment section, I say, may Chuko Kabiama, the father of my mother's ancestors, be with each and every one of you. In times of need, in times of poor, in times of wealth, in times of sick, in times of anything. May God continue to bless us. You see, I listen to this. I have no qualms with Obilo because I've been watching his program. There was a time I even had a chat with him. He wanted me to come and speak based on my experience as a strike force in the, during Abacha's time and the rest of them. So I turned it down, so because there are places I feel safe and places that I don't consider feeling safe to go and speak. So I know this guy. He's based in Ogun State or thereabout. That's where his studio is. So he's a very good. I don't have no problem. He is reporting what the deserved DOS animals did. Do you know the reason why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu deserved them? They were joining politics. They were into politics. They were neither in IPOB, DOS, doing the functions of the DOS, or their attention was under. Nobody knows the kind of dealings that these people were having with the Nigerian politicians, especially those from Southeast region of that country. They abandoned our people. How can you have people in prison that didn't do anything? You abandon them. You are chasing clouds. You are chasing contracts. You are going from place to place. The people that you are fighting, the people that have made you an agitator, the people that made you pick so much interest in Biafra and you want to leave. These are the same people that you are going to secretly asking for money. And when you get those money, you abandon our people that are under trial. No legal representation, no counsel to support them wherever they are. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Network.
Okay. Mazi Chris, I can hear you, sir.
Okay, it's not network.
Yeah. Okay, you see, you abandon your core mandate. You abandon your core mandate. You say you are a DOS, a directorate of state. You cannot look after software all your people are. Make sure that the little money that you have, Make advancements. Let's know that you are doing something. You abandoned them. They were only on. In fact, people left them even before Mazi Nnamdi Kanu deserved them. So many people left them. On their platform, you cannot see anybody going there to go and listen to the crowd. If Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB, is the brainchild of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I cannot challenge you on what you establish yourself. I came because I love what he was preaching. Then I joined. If I feel that I'm tired, I will go. Nobody will force me to remain. But as long as I chose to stay, constitution that is keeping that organization running, nobody else have the audacity, what I call cockroach audacity, to come and twat what someone. Just imagine, Mazi Chooks, you set up this platform and you invite us to come and speak. So if I do something that is wrong here that will warrant you to ban me from coming to this place, will I go out and begin to tell the people that you have no right to do that? Rather, I am going to dismiss you from being the owner of the platform. Can it happen? Can it happen? What gave these people this? What gave them the strength to challenge Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in that matter? In that manner. I read what they said. I went in, I began to. In fact, it was so nauseating that I could not even Mazi Chooks to his chief. You are leader that have no power as it is there right now. You that is outside are supposed to stand strong. Continue to do those things that you, both of you, all of us were doing even the time when he was with us. That will make awareness to be so everywhere in the world. You are there chasing clouds. Shameless people. When I look at these people and saw what they presented the other day, in fact, I feel ashamed of these people. Glory be to God that they are in the minority. And as far as I'm concerned, the okene of the Igbo-speaking Biafrans, I will continue to maintain and respect the position of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as the IPOB leader and the head of DOS, whichever one that he is going to form after this, the dissolvement of this particular, those gossips that we had there. I will continue to abide and stood on what you people declared. If there is no set aside of what you people went to Finland to declare, I will always stand on it, irrespective of who is there. That is my personal opinion. No other place. Until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu all says that all other things are collapsed, should be collapsed, or whatever. Whatever that he wants to do, that is what I'm going to follow. And if it is going to get towards, a prudent way of enlightening our people, truth, as he always says, whiter than snow, I will continue to follow him, even if any other person, all other persons fall behind. I will continue to follow him. And that is where I stand. For these people, looking at what they are saying, you are trying to plot a coup against your own leader. You think that we are in a military? Who formed the military? The military, it is an act of constitution, law, that forms the military. It is owned by the government or the people. They have a constitution that leads them. But this is an organization, one man established because he was preaching the truth, the bone, he was hitting the marrow of the Nigerian system, their evil system, and the evil that they keep meting out on the indigenous people. Everybody tend to follow him. Look at the Hausa people. Look at one prince from, Plateau or Jos? I always call him the guy there is nobody that would do riot or protest, against this marauding Fulani people. In those days, cattle rustling against them, he fought them and so on and so forth. They call him Prince, like that guy. I call him Yantada. That's what we call protester. Anybody that protests, we call them Yantada. That's what I call him. Go and look. He is a northerner. Go and look at what that guy is doing. What he is saying about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And you that have the prophet is in your own town. You cannot even raise his hand to support him to pray. Rather, you are forming cliques, to thwart everything that he has built, simply because he has been locked up. This is the plan of the Nigerian government and the United Kingdom, and all of them that have interest in the economy of Nigeria, gas and crude oil and gas, human resource. That is their plan. Put him off, keep him incommunicado, and with time, these people are going to scatter. Is it not what is going on now? That is the technique. Put him in there. If there is nobody, and when they saw Simon Ekpa coming out again, trying to become that lion, they tamed him again and incarcerate him, thinking that we are going to stop. Nobody. We are not going to stop. We will continue to speak the truth until those that were abandoned, that refuse to talk, will continue to talk. And they are talking today. So Biafras, wherever you are, do not listen to these people that has been dismissed, outrightly dismissed by the owner of IPOB and the man that set up the DOS. Don't listen to them. Focus on what brought you in here. That is your freedom, the freedom of your mother's or father's ancestral land, the land that was handed over to you. Keep it and protect it. In as much as those that came before you did not allow the enemies to take it away from them, you must not fall a victim this time. Because of your strength, because of your perseverance, because of your toughness, your thick skin, they are now trying to see whether they will come to southeast part of Igbo land, Biafra land, or their attention is in the Yoruba land today. And what I'm trying to tell you here today, since the time a Yoruba man became the president of Nigeria, since the time the Yoruba people are now controlling the affairs of Nigeria. Oduduwa agitation has gone to Mazi Chris. If I lie, then you can correct me. It has gone down. The agitation that you see that was boiling that time, it has diminished. The only people that are vibrant everywhere on daily basis are the Biafran people. That was the reason why I told you people. I said, if the South and Southwest would do one third of the Biafran people have done, Nigeria will not be the same today. Nigeria will never be the same today. But when their brother or their sister enters, oh, they begin to smile. They say 10 by 10, go chop, chop I chop. Everybody will go. But wait, if Tinubu loses this election, if there is going to be an election come 2027, God give us time, and I pray before that time, Biafra should have taken their own leave. I swear to God, that is what I pray for. You will see the agitation for Dudua will come up again. You will see the vibrant nature of those that are now sleeping. You will see Igbo coming back again. It is only one woman that has been talking. One woman is an elderly woman who speaks good English. I've forgotten his name. It's a Yoruba woman. That woman has been talking and calling them out, comparing, differentiating, distinguishing between
Bromax,
and
thank you, Bromax. You can come back again. Let's try to make it a little bit shorter so that we can
all right.
grab the issue, because the video is long and I want us to there are very important issues we have to talk on that video. And I want us to look into it very well. Please, if you are commenting on the comment section and you have a point to make,
that's fine.
It will be better you come into the program and give us the reason you say what you say. Just like I see somebody who is writing, he said that the new DOS is just a distraction in order to create a parallel government. This is the kind of mentality that I don't know where your brains are. When you call the order of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu a distraction, when you call the comment of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as a distraction, and at the same time you claim to be under Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, at the same time you claim to know what you are doing. I don't know who is feeding you people this nonsensical ideology and this narrative that you carry around. You see people say a thing, you can't even ask a question independently as a human being. You can't ask an independent question. Just because someone says something or somebody push a narrative, you just take it and it's wrong without being able to expand it. And you think you can just go in a platform and write it. Whoever has given you that narrative that you are carrying now, that the new DOS is a distraction to your whatever you call government. I don't know where you're getting it from. Whoever is giving you that narrative, can you go and ask that person a simple question? Or if you are writing it, before you write it, make sure you are able to defend what you are saying. As you write this, what is the difference between you that is writing this and this DOS you are talking about? What is the difference between the DOS of Chike Dotiem and the person that is giving you this narrative that you are writing on my platform? What is the difference? When you call the directive of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu a distraction, what is the difference between you and this Department of Saboteur and Assault? I don't know why we cannot apply common sense independently. Remove your idiocy, remove your greed, remove your group nonsense you are putting yourself. Putting yourself into non-existing groups, irrelevant groups. Remove yourself from it and think once as an individual. Engage yourself into critical thinking as an individual on your own to know what is right and focus on reality. I have shouted about this so many times. I don't know why people cannot understand a simple thing. A simple thing you can understand. My brother Chris, bro Chris, go on.
Yeah, okay. My voice will come out, Abi.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. Well, the person who wrote that, so I don't think it's something to really pay much attention to. Why? Because it could have been the DOS, it could have been the sympathizers of those same.
Why I responded, my brother, this person that wrote this in is a regular person on this my platform, and he has been hearing my message. He's a regular person on my platform.
Okay.
So it's not from DOS, or this is a regular person, but I know the direction it's coming from. I know his camp.
Okay, Brajus,
and
then
because of that camp where he belongs, he cannot use his common sense. You can't remove your appendages in your body for you to apply your common sense and reason like human for once. You will not. You critical question. You can't think independently. They give you a narrative, you're wrong with it without questioning.
If it's somebody you know already, because if it's somebody you know is not DOS, is not one of them or sympathizer or whatever, and he happens to be somebody who believes in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as the irrefutable leader of the entire Biafra nation or people, and he comes again, maybe he doesn't understand what is going on, because otherwise it doesn't make any sense at all. That is my point. Because you have to either be one of the DOS or collaborators of DOS for you to make such a comment as to say that it's a distraction. How can it be a distraction? So it's either he doesn't understand, maybe he spoke in error. Otherwise, I wouldn't come here and describe the sacking of these criminals, this compromised bunch of people, as a distraction. Why would I say that? If you say that, that means you don't even believe. It simply means that you don't even believe in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as the genuine one, as the one who is leading the pack. It's just as simple as that. Anyway, so, but let me start by saying that this brother Obilo, I've seen him a couple of times online. Now, I just feel like the only problem I have with him is that he has chosen to tread the same path as the zoo government and the zoo journalist, because you are supposed to call a spade a spade. That is just my point. That is not, it's not a big thing, but I just feel like if you are genuine, if you're a journalist who believes in truth and fairness, you should be able to call it for what it is. Because he started by describing, and in the monologue, he said that he escaped. Nnamdi Kanu, we all know what happened. That they came to his house to eye him, and again, only 3 will sit and watch and wait and be quiet. So for you to come and say that he escaped, it's just not good enough. You are supposed to be able to say that his house was invaded and he manages to escape. Simple. So even when he talked about him being
Oh, your network, my brother.
Have we lost him?
Hello?
Go ahead. We can hear you now.
Hello?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you now.
Hello, Mazi.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello?
Oh, network.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, wow. Hello, Mazi. You there here?
Yes, loud and clear. We hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So that's my aggro with him. He chooses to just toe along the same line as the zoo journalists. They all lack courage. They lack conviction. They are not people of any form of conviction, because otherwise you are supposed to say like it is. That's my job. That's just the only problem I have with him. Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped and brought back. So you can't just say he was rendition. No, it's an extraordinary rendition. It's an illegal rendition. Call it for what it is, then you can continue with whatever topic you want to discuss. Because I see that almost all the journalists in the country, they don't say that. They always say he escaped. He didn't escape, we know. So that's just my point. But I think, well, the short thing I wanted to just add is that if Biafrans at this point, they still give credence to this disgruntled, disgraced DOS, the Chikedozium of this world, who are working with the zoo government, they are working with Biafran politicians. We know that 100%. So if you are still giving them any form of credence, then you are not any better. Then you are just as, so that is it. I don't care. Moving forward, there is nothing that this DOS, Chikedozium, or the rest of them will say that is going to move me. Their word has no meaning. Absolutely not. And I can guarantee you that, yes, again, my prayer is that we're able to mobilize a force externally that can get Mazi Nnamdi Kanu out. Because trust me, that these DOS, they are working with our governors, these illegitimate criminal governors that they put there, to make sure he remains there. Because they know the consequence, the significance of him coming out. I can guarantee. Just like the wife too. These are people who doesn't want him out. They simply does not want him out of there. But again, we just have to keep working and hoping that external force can be brought to bear. Because trust me, none of them, all these those are none of them, and so many others who don't want him out. Because again, this is the only way they can thrive when Nnamdi Kanu is inside, when someone else is inside. But as soon as they're out, the game will change. They meet their water law as soon as it's out. So that is all I can just say briefly for now, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let us continue. Just like you said, some of those points are along when we go through the program completely, you will now begin to say why I don't have any issue with him. And also he made some corrections along the line at the course of the program.
All right.
Let's continue.
Okay. Yeah, if that is the case, then it's okay. Because based on, so far, the things we have seen or heard, and the beginning, that intro.
Yes. You are absolutely correct.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
The Edosian faction argues that the Directorate of State itself is the apex institution and that its decisions are constitutional. This is a collision between a formal, written. This is a collision between a formal and a written constitution. and the unruly reality of charismatic authority. IPOB is discovering that its constitution is merely a rubber stamp for the will of its charismatic founder, a charter for a dictatorship of the leader. And now that the leader is in prison, the system is being tested. The Edosium faction's suspension of Kanu's office can be seen as a desperate act of survival. By accusing Kanu of creating violence, they are trying to save the movement's non-violent reputation.
Imagine, did you see that? The same accusation they levied on Mazi Simon Ekpa. The exact accusation they put on Mazi Simon Ekpa is what they're leveling against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that he's creating violence.
And it's the same tactics, Brachus, it's the same tactics that that Neka was trying to imply.
Exactly, the same techniques, the same thing.
She was trying to imply that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is looking dictatorial, like a dictator.
Yes.
Because she said that it's not a one-man's business, that Biafra is for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So you see the whole thing, you can, if you're able to connect dots, you know that these are a bunch of criminals working with the Zoo government. Simple as that.
And what they are doing now is going to platforms, big platforms, either to pay them to end their own opinion. And you can see this right up. This very thing, I can bet you that they wrote it and gave it to Edmond, but Edmond made a lot of amendment in it for you to be able to present it. He made so much amendment in it. But they present it, and when the calls were coming, you will see all the calls that will come will be from principal members of POS. Let's continue.
But they're fighting a loose battle, bro. You know why I say?
Of course.
They can go to all the platform in the Zoo. We just don't give a damn about it. You know why? Because we are Biafra, and we know who we are, and we know who is the leader, and we know who is genuine. So let them continue to go to Bigo or Bilo or whatever. At the end, they are like a drowning. They are just drowning in the water. Thank you.
Definitely.
By questioning Nnamdi Kanu's judgment, they are protecting the lives of their members from a leader whose unguarded utterances are being monitored and used against them.
Imagine.
How did they arrive at that conclusion? Nnamdi Kanu is the face of IPOB. Nnamdi Kanu stands his ground. Even in court, Nnamdi Kanu stands tall. He has never appeared as a man who is afraid of defending his ideals.
Never.
Yeah.
Even in court, he speaks boldly.
Absolutely.
So who is behind this division?
Question.
Will a new IPOB come soon? By questioning Nnamdi Kanu's judgment, they argue that they are protecting the lives of their members from a leader whose unguarded utterances are being monitored and used against members of IPOB.
Rubbish.
Imagine.
Mazi,
it is a brutal...
Mazi,
go ahead.
Mazi,
yeah, go ahead.
What is the difference between...
Who, Brachus? Who?
These people. Yeah, what is the difference between...
Hello?
It's me.
Yeah,
okay. All right. Okay.
Now, what is the difference between what these people, these suspended gossips, are saying with what the Nigerian system, Nigerian government, and some of the Igbo political elites from the East, Southeast region are saying? Is there any difference?
The same thing. The same accusation.
Do you know? Can you now relate this with the hooded with the hooded witnesses that they called to testify against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
Mm-hmm.
Can you relate it to it? Because everything that man said there, most of them are being regurgitated here right now as we speak.
Exactly.
Most of them are being regurgitated there because it is only a man.
IPOB.
Yeah, it is only a man that knows a man has the power to kill him. If I don't know you, I am not in the same society with you, I'm not close to you, I will find it difficult to penetrate into your system. But that person that is with you, oh, okay, no, jeje wa nke na n'ime ofia na anu dị na nekete hani nebia. That is, I'm looking, let's see. This is coming out little by little. It's just like a snake in a hole. It's crawling out. We will not hit it now. Let the snake come out. Let's see how long the snake is. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother.
Pragmatic claim. Their statement reads, the leader's actions are a liability to the cause. That is the words they used. The leader's actions are a liability to the cause. This is the language of political realism.
Mm-hmm.
The Kanu loyalists, on the other hand, have framed this as a monstrous betrayal, an act of gross insubordination,
and
a power grab by a group that had been lawfully dissolved. They are using the language of loyalty and martyrdom, which is the language of emotional survival for a movement under siege. Here is the most insidious implication of all. The Edosium faction is in effect claiming that the command structure itself has been compromised by the Nigerian state. They are arguing that the state is using their own leader to dismantle the movement. But the Kanu loyalists can level.
That is the big lie. That is the big lie, the biggest lie of all time.
Brachus, if it's true, then Nnamdi Kanu would have been out of that place and go and be relaxing somewhere.
Like yesterday, like even last year.
Yeah. Because Nnamdi Kanu remains steadfast. That's why they continue to torture him and continue to keep him in the prison there. But these criminal DOS, they are the ones who are working with the state government and the federal government. Simple as that.
Even they are working with state government is confirmed. We have it on video. The work is on video. We are Seibo confirmed that they are working with these people.
Exactly.
We have it on video.
Mazi Simon called them criminal DOS. He called them criminal DOS.
That's what they are.
They are real criminal DOS. That's who they are. That's who they are. They are plotting a coup. I am grateful to God. I am grateful to God, Mazi Chooks, Mazi Chris, that they are in the minority.
Yeah,
nobody is going to, they will never use their demonic tail to drag people to them, because anybody that listens to them now will know where these people are, are going to. They are for the Southeast politicians. They are 100%. Doing subtle. They are planning. In fact, it is a subtle way of, pretending that they are with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, while they are eating him underground, trying to expose him, give information. Look at just dismissal. Now they are coming that it is alienated. It is alienated to the cause. Look at the kind of language these people are saying. And that is the man that you have never seen to be an alien since the time we started IPOB and DOS. Thank you, Maz. Maz, please go on.
They are a dying horse. They know that their days are numbered. And let me tell you, truly, they know. Now, the thing is, I think they are trying to just put up these whole lies and this whole propaganda to see if it will stick. But there's no way in hell will it work.
It will never fly.
And they know, but again, it's like they are just, like I said, they are a drowning bunch of people. They're just drowning in the water. because Biafran knows better. Yeah, there will be one or two here and there who will play along with them mischievously, but in overall scheme of things, Biafrans know that these are criminals, compromised people working with the Zoo government. And money is being pumped into the account. So many of them. So again, it's good that Brachus is dealing with these issues. We'll be trying to counter them, but the truth of the matter is that these guys, they will fizzle out, and they're not good. They lost already. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before I play, I can see why I'm responding to this person on the comment section is because he's a regular person on this platform. If not, I will ignore him and continue. He has just raised another one here. He said, why I said that DOS is a distraction, the new DOS is a distraction, is because no foreign power will recognize organization as a country. You see these people.
Oh, you know who he be?
I know them. I know where he's coming from.
Maybe now USB.
That is it. Now that is it. Their idiocy is smelly. I want you that is writing this thing, go back. When you are belittling IPOB as just an organization, can you tell me any parliament in the world today where the issue of Biafra is discussed?
Under
is discussed with the name IPOB of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
Under Ngozi Orabezo, nowhere. There are no different.
Can you tell me any parliament in the world where issue of IPOB is discussed?
For about 2 years.
That title you are using, without your mushroom group you are carrying around.
For about 2 years now, since this USB has been led by Ngozi Orabezo.
If you go and check, if you find anyone, write it on the comment section and tell me. Any country in the world. But I can tell you, the state of Israel is in public. We saw parliamentarians signing a signature under IPOB of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And the person that is pushing it doesn't even have any rank. And she's there. She has nothing to do with this sacked DOS. She is working under Mazi Nnamdi Kanu IPOB. The discussion is in the parliament of Israel today, being discussed. On video, it is not a picture issue. Neither is it a propaganda. We saw the signatures collected. We saw them signing and we saw the signatures. And before you come and you continue to belittle IPOB as just an organization, IPOB is our family. There's something that is called an OB. That is where we all belong. Some of you feel threatened when you hear a reborn IPOB. You feel threatened because of your own selfish interest.
They will all go into oblivion
and stupidity. That is why you feel threatened. If you are a genuine Biafran agitator with an independent mind, you can't feel threatened when you hear that IPOB is reborn by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And before you begin to use that title and say, an organization, I want you to take time, go and ask the people that are sending you to come to my platform and write. Ask them to show you the registration of that thing they call their own group. Tell them to show you the registration and go and check that registration. What is written on it? Was it written a country or a nation or an organization?
Masjus.
Go and check. When you check, come back here. I will bring the registration of that group you are defending. I will bring the registration and I will show you it on video here. People will see it and see how it was registered. Under what it was registered, not as a country. Not as an organization, even with the USBG.
If care is not taken, Brajus, in no time from now, mark my word, you'll be surprised that these people will begin to work with this criminal DOS. They will jump.
They are already doing that part. They are going to attack Mazi Nnamdi Kanu very soon.
It's going to come.
When I see some of them that come to my platform, those I know that come here,
yes.
I respond to them and I give them an assignment.
Yeah, mark it.
These critical questions.
Yeah, mark it that a day is coming. A day is coming. This is their USB, the way they've been going for about 2 years now. I don't know accurately how long, but I think they've been going to like 2 years now since they've been on this with absolutely no tangible result, but gather every Saturday to do rubbish. A time is coming, if care is not taken, them and this DOS, they will begin to match. But again, they will all fail. Mark my word. It's just a matter of time. They will all go into oblivion because they are standing on a faulty, on a deceptive. They are not genuine. Because if they are genuine, there's nobody who will come out and stand against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the guy who has put everything on the line from day one till these days as we speak. Even in the court, like Obilo was saying, even in the face of truth, he stood his ground and defend Biafra and say, it's my right. And he's very genuine. And we know that that is why he's still in castration. And that's why all the torture, the mental, the physical torture, everything. And you are telling me that people who are just pretenders, collaborating with the Nigerian government, Biafrans will figure it out. And when they do, hopefully by the grace of God, any of these our two leaders would have been out, these guys will all go to it will happen. You will see by the grace of God how things are going to play out because they are not real. And anything that is not real will fall on the wayside.
It is so painful that when people cannot be I don't know why people cannot use their common sense. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not tell you not to hold your mushroom groups. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not disband any group. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu called for unity of all the Biafrans under our family. Anobi, you can't go away from it. Why do you feel threatened? You see, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu acknowledge every Biafran group. He never talked down on anyone. He acknowledged the Avid. He acknowledged the Rising Sun and ambassadors of self-determination. These are all groups fighting for self-determination. He never talked down on anyone, and none of them feel threatened. Why are you feeling threatened? Because of the reborn of IPOB. Why are you feeling threatened? Let's continue.
Who is a foreign agent and who is a patriot? In a climate of mistrust and conspiracy, this is an impossible question to answer, and is one of the most effective ways for a state to destroy a movement from within. In the end, this crisis is a classic tragedy of revolution. A classic tragedy of revolution. It is the story of a movement that has outgrown its own methods. It cannot function without its leader, but its leader cannot function without creating chaos. What do you think? The question for IPOB is no longer just about Biafra. It is about its own ability to exist. Can a movement built on the charisma of one man survive the loss of that man? Or does it face the final bitter fate of all such movements, self-destruction, before the enemy can even deliver the final blow? I would like to get your feedback.
Now, you're going to see the calls that are going to come in now. I don't know whether if I will have time to take their calls, because these are a bunch of idiots from DOS. All of them, they're the one that called into this program. Some of us who have access can go and watch it on that video, because that is important area I wanted us to look into. Meanwhile, let's just hear maybe one or two of them that called in.
Righteous, are you saying that somebody is calling into your program?
No, the same producer will be the program. He has just made a directive, so he gave time for people to call in. So let's hear what
Okay, I have a caller here.
Okay.
Yes. Mr. Obilo, good evening from here.
I greet you.
Yes, I saw a very wonderful program they are holding, and I want to give a wonderful contribution. Anyway, my name is Keke Ugo. This question you asked now is very
I know him. He's part of them.
Okay.
A strategic question we need to answer if all of us are sincere. You don't create something. Let me just say something like you're asking this question. I saw a write-up of strategic of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB civil war. The truth of the matter, we don't have civil war. We have enemy within. That is what is called enemy within, because of power mongers, envy and jealousy, and they want to disturb and just to demolish everything we have suffered for the past 10 years. I don't know if you have any important question to ask people like us that is inside the IPOB, so that I will answer you verbatim here.
No, I just want your comment on what is going on.
Okay, my comment.
You see how you want
you see what he said? He said that because of part, it's not just that. Look, this thing is synonymous. This is how it goes all over the world, even in the most sophisticated, even in the most advanced nations. The enemy infiltrates. So is that infiltration that the zoo government with their other allies, including Obodo and Noah, the rest of them, they've infiltrated the organization. When they got Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they got someone, they didn't stop there. They went ahead and buy people over, which Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has always been saying. They can buy you over, it's not going to stop us, you know. And that is what we're living all those testimonies today. They bought so many of them. I'm sorry to say, but many of them, including those who came out of under Simon Ekpa, many of them has been bought over. They are just whiling away time, stalling and disturbing, wasting time, telling you this, telling that, but they are not willing to stick their neck out as a leader of the declared nation to go to nations, go to individual. Mike Arnold was on a program yesterday on this Dr. Damages. There are a bunch of people, but he stood his ground. Mike Arnold, it's not now you will be this one. Now he has made up his mind. He has seen enough, and he has decided that this is where to go. You must let the people have the opportunity to decide that self-determination. That is where Mike Arnold has. It's like a bus stop. He has arrived there now. You must make it, but there has to be self-determination, because you can continue to think that you must force people to be where they are not, stuff like that. If you know what I mean. Maybe later you watch it on a Damages program. I watched it yesterday, but I didn't see it all because network disturbed me somewhere. But they will all fail. Thank you.
You're welcome. What is going on? We have to stand firm. All of us in the eastern part of Nigeria, is Biafra region, as I may use that word, we must stand firm for this particular ESN, the called ESN that is coming today. We must stand, all of us, to stop this particular attitude they want to bring in the name of calling Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's name. My brother, everybody will suffer for this. The kidnapping have...
You see, his attack now is focusing on the ESN. Because the ESN came out, the Liberation Men have come out, and all of them they played allegiance to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They lost that one completely, and now they are campaigning against the ESN. Now they are campaigning against it, calling people against it.
Yeah.
And now they are now going back from what they said initially. They are now trying to paint the same thing. This is exactly what they did to Mazi Simon Ekpa. This thing you see they did to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. A replay of what.
Yeah, bro.
Exactly.
Yeah, bro. He mentioned Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in his statement. Now I didn't quite hear it well, but anyhow,
wait, so that you understand it. Let me allow him to finish.
You can explain to me. You can explain what you said.
To finish so that you can understand it.
You ask now is very important question. And the strategic question we need to answer if all of us are sincere. You don't create something. Let me just say something like you're asking this question. I saw a write-up of strategic of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB civil war. The truth of the matter, we don't have civil war. We have enemy within. That is what is called enemy within, because of power mongers, envy and jealousy, and they want to disturb and just to demolish everything we have suffered for the past 10 years. I don't know if you have any important question to ask people like us that is inside the IPOB, so that I will answer you verbatim here.
No, I just want your comment on what is going on.
Okay, my comment for what is going on, we have to stand firm. All of us in the eastern part of Nigeria, is Biafran region, if I may use that word, we must stand firm for this particular ESN, the called ESN that is coming today. We must stand, all of us, to stop this particular attitude they want to bring in the name of calling Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's name. My brother, everybody will suffer for this. The kidnapping have been too much. Nobody knows whether it's Fulani, nobody knows whether it's our people. In the name of creating ESN under
they talk like
Biafra or whatever they are doing,
exactly.
My brother, we must condemn it. So my question and my opinion for all of us to stand as you have this program to condemn this particular atrocity before it's too late. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining the discourse.
Hey, Mazi Chooks. Mazi Chooks, let me come in here, I beg you. Mazi Chooks, let me come in here, I beg you.
Yeah, Bro Chooks. You know, again, he's very prophetic.
Let me come in here.
Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said it. He said, it doesn't matter. He said, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Bro Max is speaking.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, yeah.
Mazi Chooks, Mazi Chris, Mame Wata Nyom Mamri Nisi. Mame Wata Nyom Mamri Nisi. This same thing that we've been fighting all along. From the time of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to the time he established ESN, his incarceration, when Mazi Simon Ekpa took over, this has been the story of the Nigerian government to get at IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and all the followers of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu at that time. This is the language of Nigeria. This is the language of Okorawusa. This is the language. The only person that has been one way or the other truthful is who opposed Odenketa. Who opposed Odenketa said that the insecurity in South is politically motivated. Today, you, an IPOB member, a Biafran that is agitating for you the freedom of your ancestral land,
you're indicting yourself.
Indicting the organization that you were, and at the same, don't you know that when you do that, you are indicting yourself? What if they call you now? You made a statement at so place that this is what you know. Nobody knows. Those people, Channels TV or Arise TV saw in uniform killing behind that white Venza Toyota vehicle. Were they IPOB or ESM people? How many times, even you don't understand? Don't you know, or haven't you heard that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said ESN that he formed is in the bush? Didn't you see the actions in the bush? Even when things begin to change, they were still in the bush. They were not outside. Who were the people that were in the bush? I have gone to Dr. Damage's platform and other platforms to ask them. From Government House, Douglas Road, to the prison is not far. If you are going if you are going to the prison, you must pass Douglas Street, Douglas Road. Nnamoche, is it not true?
Yeah.
Where are the CCTV footages of those people that marched across Douglas Government House to the prison? Where are they? At least when Obasanjo visited Imo State, then I think it was this guy. I've forgotten the civilian president that was there at that time. Is it Emunem or so? I've forgotten. I don't know. I've forgotten. When the strike force entered into that place, when we were viewing some of these things, my brother, even me himself, you will see, both in the day and in the night. Why I challenge them? If you say that it is IPOB agitators, bring out the footages. They are there in Douglas Government House. bring them out and let's see. Now, this guy, simply because you are placed where they take chop, the political post that where as now, where you are, you are working with the politicians in Nigeria that your master, your organ is fighting. Your organization is fighting. You want to stay there and begin to twist. And now you are making the same argument, just like those people you were fighting before. Then who are you? Their true colors will come. I told you before, I say, the snake is not out yet. There are greater length of the snake that is inside the hole. When this snake comes out, we will know where these people belong. Most of those atrocities that they were committing in Southeast, it might be from them. It might be from them. Because go and listen to Bala Muhammad, that black man, the man that said that the crude oil in Bayelsa belongs to Adamawa. The day Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped, I think within some few days, this man went to Channel TV and said something. He told Akim Boloyi also, wait and see. In the next few weeks, you will see what will happen in Southeast. In the next few weeks, you see what will happen in there. The man was asking him, are you threatening to cause havoc in Southeast? He said, no. But he just wait and see. And immediately you see the killings going on. You see the framings. You see the false allegations against our people. They were doing it in order to make Mazi Nnamdi Kanu look like a real terrorist that they called him. But God was so kind to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Today, here we are. Don't be surprised that these are the Azekas of our days that have been there that you do not know. Our The
person that asked that question is the principal officer of Chikedozie. You will hear more of them.
Mazi Chukwu, ikuku efe nano, oye efe nano, akwanya na afu ike ọkụkọ kịta gaa n'iru nna m.
Thank you. You can see the numbers scrolling on the screen. If you want to join the discourse, you call the first one, that is 080 18449. Yes, you call that number, call the first one. And if you also want to order books on the Civil War, you can contact to Dara Books on these numbers too. And remember to make your comment brief and straight to the point. Hello.
Hello.
I greet you.
Hello, please confirm you can hear me. Good evening.
I can hear you.
Another DOS member.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Edmund. And thank you for the program you're holding regarding the issues surrounding IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, and the members. Yes, I have a contribution to make. I have listened and gotten the questions you have asked regarding this. My submission is this. In this struggle, we only have one leader, and that is Nnamdi Kanu. According to their code of conduct, which have been favored to see, he solemnly have the power to appoint and dissolve.
Yeah.
Just the same way he has appointed Chikedozie, is the same way he has dismissed him. What I see happening is a tussle for power. And because we know that the third administration of the IPOB has been infiltrated, so they are trying to force themselves to the people.
Yes.
Mazi.
This is my own submission. I might be
wrong.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if we're going to see, look, bro, it's not hard to figure out. People,
it's not hard.
Yeah, oh my goodness. If people want to play around, deceive themselves, that's fine too. But it's never hard to know where you must look. Every time I keep saying this, you see, this guy that is speaking now, he's speaking the very factual. He's hitting the nail on his head.
Exactly.
And use the word. You see, the one or two other guys that spoke, they are from the DOS. They didn't even touch the main thing, and that is that government, the zoo infiltration. Ego in there and make it say everywhere, and it's just the beginning. It's not. It's gonna get worse than this because
It's going to get messy more. We haven't seen anything yet.
And I've always been saying it myself that we must brace ourselves because we are fighting an enemy that is with limitless finances, resources.
Yes.
They will buy everybody. Of course, that is what I'm keep repeating that. He said they will buy all of you. They will buy, but it's still not going to stop us. This is it. So this guy that is speaking now, glory be to God, he's not among them. He's speaking. He's just speaking from the place of fact, honesty, and he's laying like it is. So, but the other ones, because again, the infiltration is there. The power tussle is there. Make no mistake, the power tussle is there. But the worst of it is that infiltration. People that have so much money at their disposal, they can buy everybody. So people, and we know the world over, it's money. Money rules the world. Everybody wants money to do this for whatever. So easily, the money is there. Look at what even the government is doing in America. From what Makano was saying yesterday, that I watched the program, how much millions you put at 100 and something million. That is incredible. But even some members of the Senate or Congress, they are being brought over so as to shut things down. So this is it. This is it. But at the end, the cream will rise. So all these other things, because they also, by holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, it is a restriction. So that limit his strength, his outreach and stuff like that. He has a very small window, but the little he have is making it because we trusted him. We known him. So no stranger will come and tell us that you are some chick, whatever bull crap. We know who we know. So this is simple. I'm grateful that this guy came on this program of Obilo to hit the nail on his head. Is that infiltration and power tussle? Thank you, my brother.
Thank you.
So what Nnamdi Kanu has done from the prison where he is to say, look, I am still in charge. So it's left for the federal government to know who to deal with. So if they think they have been able to infiltrate IPOB, now it's proving to them that without me, the struggle continue.
Absolutely.
The struggle still continue. So I am the face of this movement. If you must deal, you must deal with me.
100%.
Submission.
100%.
100%. I know where praise Zaka. I know where praise Zaka.
What I believe is they are confused on what to believe because of the plenty narrative flying around since the kidnapping of Nnamdi Kanu. So it's difficult to believe or to trust someone. And owing to the fact that Nnamdi Kanu is still in prison, it makes it even more difficult.
Yeah.
So at this point, we'll keep watching and see how things unfold. I believe the fourth administration that has been appointed by Nnamdi Kanu, from the look of things, watching the man appointed, I forgot his name, when he made his welcome speech, at least now they have someone who can speak to the people when Nnamdi Kanu is not there. Unlike the previous third administration, where no one was able to communicate to the people.
Thank you.
So this is my position. Thank you.
Well spoken.
Well articulated.
Well said.
When you are telling the truth, you don't need to stress yourself
at all.
Because this is where we find truth and can easily express ourselves. Thank you, Mr. Edmund.
Thank you.
We stand strongly behind Mazi.
Yes, I will appreciate that.
Go on. Bro Max, are you there? Network has knocked him out.
Share. Are you on Facebook? I am calling on you to share. Are you on X? Repost. Are you on YouTube? Share the link. Let's have a rich conversation. I also have my opinion. I'm giving my own analysis, and I'm ready to listen to you. But remember, we must be moderate in our comments. Let's be moderate in our comments.
I also have my opinion.
Hello.
I'm giving my own analysis. Hello, Mr. Obilo.
I greet you.
Yeah, good evening, sir. I saw your program. I say, let me add my own view on your question regarding what's going on in IPOB. Mr. Obilo, you are a very sound journalist, and I've been following you for a while. I know you understand how the government deals with insurrection or a group like us, the freedom fighters and agitators. What the government tries to do here is to implore a system where everybody will have distrust to each other by accusing one another. That will lead them to the eventual destruction of the movement. This is exactly what is going on.
Infiltration.
But the truth is this. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in prison. Most of the decisions coming out from Sokoto are not exactly what we know him from.
They don't come. You see how he enter.
Listen you see to how he enter. You see what's coming? Yeah, lie. You see?
Surrounding him obviously are not honest and not sincere. So what the Directorate of State did, led by Mazi Nnamdi, is to extricate and separate the office, not Mazi Nnamdi Kanu himself, but the office of the leader of indigenous people of Biafra and the director of Biafra. So that there we neutralize.
Why he won't like this picking lies? Now he won't tell now. He said that extricate him. But they are coming
very idiotic.
But they are coming out directly to attack him directly, saying that they've sacked him, that this and this and that.
In all their platform, denigrating him, calling him different kinds of names.
Yeah. So why is he now coming to say that it's not on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's spacing, but the office? Oh, come on. That is not true. How do you go?
You see, they still want to fly on that name. You see them.
Yeah.
Realize every message that they claim that is coming from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This move was made in order to save him, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and save IPOB members and save the movement itself. So there is no harm here. Nobody is against nobody, but just to make sure that we continue the struggle moving forward. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
You see these idiots, when they begin to accuse lawyers and talk, you remember when Mazi Simon was here? Mazi Simon spoke about filtering messages that come from these people. And what did they say? They say Mazi Simon is disobedient to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But the difference between them and Mazi Simon is that all the time Mazi Simon filtered information, he never one day spoke against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
Exactly.
He never one day equaled himself to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or contest with the position of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Not even by mistake.
Yeah, that's the difference.
He has always identified himself as a disciple of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
Yeah.
And he calls Mazi Nnamdi Kanu my leader. But look at them today. They are claiming that the information are not right. But already you are on the media destroying the image and reputation of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, accusing his family.
Yeah.
What do you intend to achieve?
They've gone too far.
These people.
Thank you. Okay, I'll take more calls as we go. Let's break it down. I'll give some examples and I will open the lines again.
Let's hear his own example.
In this instance of what is going on in IPOB, history offers a clear, if sobering answer. Remember the question: can a movement built on the charisma of one man survive the loss of that man? Or does it face the final bitter face, or does it face the final bitter fate of all such movements, self-destruction, before the enemy can even deliver the final blow? In this instance, history offers a clear, if sobering answer. So let me attempt to answer the question. I will also give you the chance to answer. My answer to the question is yes. Yes, that movement can survive, but only through a difficult and often violent transformation. Let's look at how this has played out in world politics. Here, I am going to consider three distinct paths, and these paths reveal the options and the perils that lie ahead for IPOB. Part 1. I call it the routinization of charisma. It can also be described as Gaullism in France, because I want to use Gaullism in France as a case study. And when I say Gaullism, I'm referring to the man Charles de Gaulle, a former leader of France. He was a charismatic leader. So because of his immense contribution to world politics, he is being studied, and the study of Charles de Gaulle is Gaullism. Who knows? Nnamdi Kanu may also be a school of political thought that can be studied. In that case, it can be Kanusm. Max Weber, the sociologist who defined charismatic authority, argued that for a movement to survive its founder, it must undergo routinization. Routinization. What does this mean? It means transforming the leader's personal magnetic appeal into a more durable form of authority, like a political party or a set of institutions. It means transforming the leader's personal magnetic appeal into a more durable form of authority, like a political party or a set of institutions. A classic example is France's Gaullist movement. When President Charles de Gaulle resigned in 1969, many predicted that his political vehicle would collapse. Yet the Gaullist party survived and remained a major force in French politics. This happened because, under de Gaulle, the movement had already built a solid institutional base, a party apparatus, and a political identity that could outlast the man. The charismatic bond was translated into a structured organization. let's look at part 2. However, a charismatic movement does not necessarily have to become a bureaucratic organization. The political scientist Kathleen Andrews Lee has studied how movements like Peronism in Argentina and Chavismo in Venezuela have survived by reviving their charismatic nature. This happens when a successor leader fulfills 2 conditions. 1, they implement bold, successful policies that prove that they are also capable leaders. They symbolically tie themselves to the founder's legacy, convincing followers that they are continuing the founder's mission. That is number 2. In Argentina, leaders after Juan Perón deliberately cultivated his messianic image and the movement's cult of personality to retain power. Awolowo was able to do that in Yoruba land. As we speak, in Yoruba land, they are still talking about Awoism, the followers of Awo. Nnamdi Azikiwe could not achieve that in Igbo land, perhaps because of the civil war that brought in another charismatic leader, Chukwemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu. We'll come to that. In Argentina, leaders after Juan Perón deliberately cultivated his messianic image and the movement's cult of personality to retain power. Similarly, in Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro repeatedly invoked the name of Hugo Chavez to sustain support for his own administration, leaning on the founder's immense symbolic capital. Sadly, Nicolas Maduro was recently extracted from his bedroom by the United States of America. Even at that, the followers of Hugo Chavez are still in charge in Venezuela. So this part suggests that a movement doesn't have to depersonalize. It can instead transfer its emotional core to a new chosen leader. Has Nnamdi Kanu done that already? Now let's look at part 3. The failure of succession. And I'll use the Biafran War as a case study. So this brings us to the most tragic example, one intimately tied to the very cause that IPOB champions, the original Republic of Biafra. That movement, led by the charismatic Emeka Odumegwu Ojukwu, ended not with a smooth succession, but with a military defeat in January 1970. The enemy, in quote, delivered the final blow. The Nigerian Federal Forces took over Biafra. There was never a chance to test the movement's ability to survive its leader, because the state did not survive the war. So this is the cautionary tale of IPOB. External defeat renders all questions of internal succession irrelevant. When I did my master's degree in political science, my thesis was on the Igbo question, and the focus was Ahịara Declaration, because Ahịara Declaration is the Biafran document stating the ideals of the Biafran revolution. If you are an Igbo man and you have not read that document, please go and read it. It is online. Download it. Read it. And I'm planning to publish my thesis because I did an analysis of that document. I am a student of the Biafran question. And if you check my YouTube channels, you will find interviews on the Nigerian Civil War. I'm still conducting more interviews that will be released soon. Because the Biafran question is the biggest question in the history of Nigeria. And it cannot be swept under the carpet just like that. And it's part of the reason that the governments of the time removed history from secondary school syllabus. But we must study it. So I read anything on Biafra. That is why when Yakubu Gowon released his autobiography, I was excited. I said, yes, let Gowon tell his story of the war. Just that I'm sad that Ojukwu did not give us a detailed account of the war. But many of those who fought alongside Ojukwu have given detailed accounts.
It has a lot of information, so there are a lot.
This is Gowon's autobiography.
Filled with lies.
You get this book on udarabooks.com. Udarabooks.com is our store. What we have done with that bookstore is to stock every available work on Nigerian history. So udarabooks.com offers you the opportunity to get available books. Some of the books on the Biafran War are no longer available. And reading those books will also help you understand different perspectives of the war. I have seen some persons that have already condemned Yakubu Gowon's story. It is his story. He tells his story the way he wants to tell it, but historians will analyze it. I don't know if you have listened to my interview with Alabi Sama. I have sat down. While Alabi Sama was writing this book, I was even reading the manuscript. What attracted me to him while he was writing was the maps he had of the war. Yeah, he fought on the side.
We see the likes of Gowon telling their own stories and every other person who participated in the Biafra Civil War. Some of the Biafra Civil War stories were distorted, no doubt. Some of the stories were told, in defense of the Biafran side, while some were also told in the defense of the Nigerian side. So you can tell your story based on how you feel it suits your own interest and understanding. So that brings us to the issue of IPOB.
Do you know the idiot that is talking?
No, who is it?
Is this idiot, Patrick? They are one of their media warriors, the one that is their, I think he's their chief media warrior. He's the one speaking.
Media warrior for the
for Chikedozium senior media warrior. That's the person speaking.
All right.
That idiot. They call Patrick.
Yeah.
And there is a question you asked just a few minutes ago. Is there a civil war in IPOB? Absolutely not. There is no civil war in IPOB. The truth of the matter is that IPOB have never lived without crisis. From its foundation to this moment, IPOB have gone through crisis right from onset due to what I would say lack of some sort of transparency in dealings. In recent time, we've seen the likes of Wazurike, we've seen the likes of Emeka Esiri coming to tell their own story of their encounter with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We've seen so many other people too who have come to talk about how they sponsored the project and how the whole story went down. So when you look at the trajectory of how Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started, also looking at that from the perspective of what we are seeing today, the whole trajectory goes always in the same direction, where Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have not actually been able to work effectively, transparently, with people who have worked with him right from the beginning till this moment. And these are the experience we've also seen some of us in IPOB, where at some point the IPOB as an organization was kind of being pushed into a direction of a family kind of hegemony. And without perspective, a lot of young Biafrans feel it is completely wrong that the IPOB that everybody have contributed to through crowdfunding, supported. We've seen young people put their lives on the line, make sacrifices. Is being pushed in a direction that makes it look like a family, Nnamdi Kanu family business. So when you say there is a civil war in IPOB, to some extent there is a kind of internal revolution and resistance to make sure that such does not happen. Now, at the beginning, I listened to people calling in to talk about the dissolving of the Directorate of State. For the first time in IPOB, we saw a situation where leadership structure of IPOB was built outside the pool.
You see the lie. This bunch of idiots, this criminal, look at him here. First of all, he accusing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu of making IPOB a family business. And now he's talking about building IPOB outside the pool. This is one of the programs they're pushing, that the leader, the new HOD, put in place Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that he's not a member of IPOB.
And
that's the lie you're pushing up and down. That is what he brought here now.
Yeah, and he also mentioned lack of transparency, but is not fair to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The guy is not fair.
Very idiotic human being.
He's not fair to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I have studied the entire almost from the beginning, and bro, if you are not a fair-minded human being, then it's easy to come out and speak the way this guy is speaking. Because given the circumstance, Nnamdi Kanu did everything humanly possible. He did his best. Not perfect, trust me. It cannot even be. How can it even be perfect? In scenarios where everything is like aligned for you to perfect it, it's not perfect. How much more a situation whereby a lot of people are fighting to tear you down. And the enemy is also fighting to penetrate, to infiltrate, and to tear you down. So you can put yourself in position of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Like I always say, 2014, when I came into the scenario, I tried to interview, I talked with people. and the things that people were saying. And this is a guy that has this vision and knows how to go about it, because we don't want it to remain endlessly, year in, year out, decade after decade. But there are people pulling him back, making accusations, setting up traps. So it's just not fair. But anyway, at the end of the day, everything will be put in proper perspective, because if you are an Igbo person, you're a Biafran, any genuine Biafran, it doesn't matter any part of Biafra, and you don't stand behind Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, then there's something wrong with you. Then you are not genuine in the first place, because this is a man who has stood behind every one of us until this day, has never betrayed and will never betray. He's sworn to it, so we must stand behind him. It doesn't matter, no matter what, we must stand behind it. We know that these enemies here and there, people will try to take advantage, people will try whatever, but we must remain steadfast. And we, as long as we are alive, by the grace of Chukwu, we continue to stand behind Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because he's still behind us. Thank you, my brother.
You're welcome.
It has never happened before. So that gives a lot of people concern and put a lot of suspicion in people's mind that you cannot choose leadership of IPOB outside the pool, considering the laid down rules and regulation that guides the IPOB structure.
The pool has been taken over by the enemy. So
now he's talking about the structure. The same man that gave you the structure, that built that structure, you are saying that he's out of the structure, when the structure clearly states that he has the right to fire and hire.
Yeah.
That, put their IPOB structure in a formation that you cannot choose leadership from outside the pool. And that is the reason you see people consider the new setup, whatever, if I may use the new setup structure by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as illegitimate, because it is not in conformity with the IPOB code of conduct and IPOB oath, because there is also an oath that...
You see this idiot? The oath he's talking about, a copy of that oath, if you see it, it clearly states that you must pay allegiance to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You must obey his instruction. That is what the oath says. It's written in the oath in black and white that you must obey the orders that are coming from the supreme leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And the code of conduct says that he only has the right to fire and hire any principal officer. But they come to this platform of...
and they're talking about that.
Talking about that,
They're not talking about what the code said.
So practically, many IPOB members, thousands and millions of IPOB members are asking questions, but they are not getting their required answers. Do you want to ask a question?
No, I'm just saying you should round off.
Okay. So let me try to round it up. So as long as IPOB all over the world is concerned, what is being constituted now as a new Directorate of State is completely illegitimate to Biafrans all over the world who are IPOB members who have paid their dues, who have made their contributions, who have put their lives on the line. The new constituted body.
All right, thank you.
He is advocating. He is advocating for his criminal group.
He's an idiot now. He's the media warrior, Patrick.
Biafrans all over the world. Very soon, boom. Very soon. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, my brother joining me on TikTok. You have a contribution to make? Go ahead and make contribution before I continue on the video I have on my hand. Are you there? Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, my brother.
So much.
You're welcome.
Listen to them. Everything they are talking about is very much immaterial.
Is that if they are coming out for Canada, that's a different case.
Yeah.
But if they are coming out against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that's another different case. Anybody, he has done it before. But if you are coming out yourself, when you come and take vote,
never.
Is the one that established the IPOB.
Absolutely.
And he knew the kind of mentality that people have. That is why he accepted the idea of command and control. And he initiated that if you come under that IPOB, you are under his command. And he's going to, he can retain you,
yes,
sustain your position if you are doing very well. He has conditions. A particular strong. That is if you are pure in heart,
yes,
if you are genuine, if you don't show signs of sabotage, if you understood the complexity of Nigeria and Biafra, if you understand the level of danger that Biafra people are into in Nigeria. So there are things that so you can say that you cease from your office from your office with immediate effect. If there is evidence showing that you are not fighting the Biafra according to the principles that was laid down in the IPOB, the book stated it very clear that you cannot manipulate people by speaking interesting English and pointing accusing fingers on Mazi Nnamdi.
That's right.
What you should do is that you go back to the steel that has been released. You people will work out how you were repaid and come back and serve IPOB elect. Sorry, DOS elect.
Yes.
If you find out that the DOS elect are not they are entitled to and you find out that then you go and begin to investigation.
Absolutely.
Your resources where your mouth is, and bring the evidence to the public. Now it's reachable. It's not there yet. You take this information and take those details to him, and he will review them, look at them, decide. You understand?
Yes.
So, but if you are fighting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because you notice something on Canada side, or you notice something on somewhere else, and you are first, you are attacking our truth.
That's right.
You are attacking our believe in anything that Canada is putting out there. But nobody is sensible Biafrans will come out and begin to attack me and say that they can't jump.
That is the problem. The attack on Onyendu is the problem. Nobody.
These jihadis are going to every single one of you. Women will be married off, your children will be used as slaves. Most of our people not being used as slaves. In the States, the girls are running away on many places. Passing through the Sahara Desert where they are sexually molested and harassed. Some of them are doing prostitution in Italy. So if I sex slavery for me, it's already happening. It's been designed. They want to implement jihad, they want to Islamize everybody. They don't like the heritage that we had from ancestors. They don't like we are one of the most ancient people in this planet. We have a civilization. Every person that goes to rise
himself to become somebody, colonial empire or anything. He must come to Biafra to steal, to destroy people.
Yeah.
From them. So if you have anything against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, investigation, so you know that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not your problem. And the idea of attacking a man that is not here to defend himself.
So sad.
For me, it's cowardice.
Cowardice, serious one.
Let this man say maybe I really organize so obviously you are saying what sense does it make at the end of the day? It does not make any sense. It will mean that you have achieved your aim all this year that you've wanted to analyze. You see an opportunity to do it. His wife is saying the same thing that you are saying. So he's not standing for God has designed the mental strength that God gave him knows no boundary. If not, if it's superior, he would have maybe killed himself or himself.
Yes.
Or hang himself or commit some kind of suicide. But still, in jail, he is still telling his people need this unity and togetherness.
Exactly.
There is no how to oppose to defend itself in battle. You understand? And this is why we are buying the idea of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We are not going to lump up with people that we don't know if they have come to recycle their company, their stomach infrastructure. We are investigating these people to know if what they are doing are from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the one that is with the remote control. Someone saying that he wants to unpack. I won't be kind to you for saying that.
You know, my brother, why I don't like talking about that one is because it is irrelevant. As far as I'm concerned, that statement is irrelevant. Because every one of us know that there is no way you can talk about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today without Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The reason why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is still standing today is because of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This attack should have started since long time, years ago. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu put himself, and he was the one taking the bullet. He was taking all the bullets from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So that's why when Kanu came with such, I see it as an irrelevant talk. I don't even pay attention to it. Neither do I respond to some. We know where our focus is.
Is the cause of security in Salis. Simon is the one that just people in Salis. Simon is the one in charge of one. Simon is this, Simon is that. It's fair. Against the fellow Biafra because it's not your
today is by far now. It's not the same thing they are doing at Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today. It's the same thing they are doing to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
They sent it to the United Nations and sent it to Finland. Collaboration with the Nigerian government.
Imagine.
Sent them to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's wife to go to Finland to represent against Simon and against the African government. Sent other people from IPOB to stand and say testify witness in favor of all these claims against Simon. So it seems like both the IPOB both the DOS supporters and followers, both Nigerian government, both the people who wife and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu wife, these people together went to Finland and the United Nations to say that they should put Simon in jail. That is the one doing all these things that is happening in the Southeast. Even if before Simon was born, while Simon was still in the stomach, or they have even release the spell that will bring Simon. Our people had the facing genocidal war, Islamic jihadist genocidal war inside Biafra. To claim Biafra, since they have worked with the British to remove it from the map and took away the history, and even because of Biafra, suspend history from the economic curriculum that nobody knows. Nobody knows where they are coming from in Nigeria. Nobody knows people. They don't know where they are coming from. How can you tell me that you have a future when you don't have your history? You don't learn it in school. Nobody teach you who your ancestors were, what happened to them, how they became in Nigeria. That is a baby of yesterday. You know, during the Biafran war, the British said the Nigerian papa. Nigerian is a baby. Born in 1914. It wasn't even completely born in 1914. It's a baby that tried to be his own father. To make mistake of the word, to claim that it's becoming a nation. How do you become a nation when you have 3 different nations inside the people that you are trying to make up with? A different language, different way of life, different civilization. If some people DNA is their DNA is coming from Mesopotamia, their DNA is coming, they are coming from those are those, and some people will do DNA with Yoruba, they told us that Igbo people have A1B, A1B, something like that. We don't have these people, they come out from their great-great-grandfathers. Nobody knows about them. Somebody we don't know where it's coming from is coming to create a haplogroup for the Asian, one of the best people in the world today. So you see that, my brother. So these people, if you and your IPOB reading all this later, now the people who send those letters to the United Nations blocking Biafrans from getting freedom because it was not coming from them, it was coming from Simon. And going to Finland to pick him up so that the freedom we are looking for will not be actualized. Have they withdrew those letters they sent to Finland? Have they written a disclaimer, even if it's no longer accepted? Have they written to Finland and written a disclaimer letter to the United Nations that Simon was genuine, pure in heart? He was a so until they do that, the constitution in this people will be.
Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you for your contribution. You have spoken well, and this very request you made, we have made it on several platforms. Even when I saw Achalugo doing program, people came and made the same request, and I believe if truly they are genuine on what they are doing, that move must be made. Because as Mazi Nnamdi is coming to court on Tuesday, something must be done. Something must be done. I mean, the former IPOB, because they were the one that wrote, they were part of the letter that was part of the sentencing of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that brought myself into problem. They were part of the letters. They wrote it, they put their signatures. So this new IPOB should send a disclaimer distancing IPOB from that very letter that was sent and make it clear that it was blackmail and propaganda. It has nothing true about it. It is very important and it must be done. I thank God that many Biafrans are speaking up on that direction, and it is something that must be done. And I believe by the special grace of God, something will be done about that. The lawyers from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu are hearing it. The Mazi Nnamdi Kanu already is getting the information, and I believe in a short while, something will definitely happen. But our focus on these people, we will never, nobody stands in to challenge Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's order or try to bring something else. Before, thank you so much, my brother, for your contribution. And Bro Chris, you want to say something?
Oh no, well, this brother speaking from TikTok, the voice wasn't coming out, but it's okay that you heard his voice, and it's all right. So yeah, so I don't know, but like I said, and I will continue to say that we must all stand strongly behind Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. These two guys, they have the interests of Biafrans at heart. forever. That I can.
Yes.
They are tested. I've said it severally. So we cannot. But no, it doesn't matter the propaganda. It doesn't matter the lies and twist and fabrication, because you know they will do everything possible to believe in that we will turn against them. No, no, no. That is never going to happen, because we've seen it all. Okay, and we know the extent in which the zoo government, the enemies, are trying to disorganize, to disorient our people, and to, you know, so it's, again, for me, I can't even understand how on earth anybody who understand what is going on and what we are going through, we listen to these people, the DOS, from the time that Onyendu was kidnapped till this time, till this very moment. They've been playing a role that is not just suspicious but detrimental, you know. And but the bottom line is that, like I said, we cannot allow anybody to lead us through lies into turning against these two guys who have stood solidly behind us, who have rejected every attempt to bribe them, to coerce, to you know what I mean? So we cannot turn against those people. That would be the biggest betrayal. And they did not, they swore not to betray us. We shouldn't betray them. If we are genuine, if you're Biafra, if you're one that believe in the look at what is happening in the zoo. Every day it gets worse. Every day it gets worse. They need to take over your place, emasculate you, and just render you like they render the houses. You know, these things get intensified. We can't say it enough. So these are the two guys that have shown their willingness to put everything on the line. Every other faction, whatever, they are all under microscope till this day. So these are the two guys, and that is also why, for the most part, they are where they are, because they refuse to compromise. They refuse to sell us. So thank you, my brother. Chus. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. There is one part of this interview, it's still long, but there's one part I want us to listen to. One part of this program I want us to listen to, which caught my attention. And in that place where Edmond played some kind of a thing, what he said, I want us to listen to that, and so that we can comment that. With that, we can be able to round up
law
this program.
All right, we will do that.
The
then
state's
afterwards, I have to go.
cross-appeal,
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
IPOB argues, is an admission that the trial court lacked jurisdiction. This is the legal warfare where the state, having broken its faction suspension of Kanu, citing security concerns and fears of violence, fits perfectly into this
posts that
observers ready to intervene by Justice I.N. Owebo, who heard the matter in Owerri, Imo State. Now, let's turn to a critical piece of this puzzle. Remember, conspiracy theory.
My brother Christian, I want you to pay attention to this part. Pay close attention. Let's
now,
okay.
Let's turn to a critical piece of this puzzle. Remember, conspiracy theory. You also help me break it down. But let me take you into the theory. A Doziems legal victory may have inadvertently deepened the division within IPOB that we are now seeing.
Wait, let me take it back.
Was an ex parte order, meaning, what do you think? Does it not create a narrative of a leader who now watches
every attempt to destroy them, prison, in the hands of our enemy?
Cited an intelligence report about a meeting between Kanu and officials of the Department of State Services at Sokoto Prison. They argued that Kanu's communications were being monitored and that his unguarded utterances led to the arrest and deaths of members. They even suggested a plan to establish a new militia organization to instigate violence. From a strategic standpoint, is this a masterclass in sowing disaffection? The Nigerian state haven't failed to silence Kanu through legal means, now watches as the movement he built tears itself apart. By leaving Kanu accessible, yet perpetually monitored, the state creates a paradox. What do you think? Kanu is a martyr, but his words can be used against his followers. Is that what you think? Consider these implications. The rendition as president. The Kenya court ruling that Kanu's arrest was unlawful is a fundamental challenge to the legitimacy of his entire trial. His defense team had argued that it was a calculated effort to force a conviction to survive the absence of law. The state's cross-appeal, IPOB argues, is an admission that the trial court lacked jurisdiction. This is the legal warfare where the state, having broken its own rules, now dares the movement to prove it. Let's look at intelligence and paranoia. The Directorate of State's statement alleging a meeting between Kanu and DSS officials is a powerful destabilizing tool.
Definitely.
It doesn't matter if it is true. The accusation itself injects poison into IPOB's bloodline. What do you think?
True.
Does it not create a narrative of a leader who is either compromised or, at best, dangerously naive while the state watches and waits? So what is the ultimate goal? This is the end point of the state's strategy. Remember, the state is always strategic. The state has the instrument to infiltrate.
Yeah.
That is why the state is powerful.
1 minute.
Okay, go ahead.
You know, there's this guy that spoke a few, should I say, minutes ago, who trying to lie upon lie and upon lie by saying that they are doing it to extricate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from any trouble. But these things now doesn't show that at all, because they are saying that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is trying to instigate more violence in the so that doesn't even make any sense. You know, I think that is the guy you said that is the spokesperson or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the one who came. He's trying to kind of present a narrative that doesn't even make sense, because he is trying to say on this program when he called him that the what they are doing is not to either sack or terminate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as a leader, but that they are trying to extricate him from the problems by removing him. You know, sort of not removing his office, but removing him. But it's just a lie, maybe lying by half. You know, because if you want to do that, let's just say for the sake of argument that you want to extricate, like Simon Ekpa did it. If you remember, right? When there was a time
he did it.
Yeah, but it was clear, it was very obvious that he's doing it for the interest of our Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and for the movement. but not coming out to try to implicate him by saying that you sacked him because he's trying to install violence in the southeast by recruiting, by blah blah blah. That was so. That is my point. I just want to chip in this. So if they think that they are trying to play smart, it's not going to work for Biafrans who have their brain intact. These are enemies within. You know, they've been hijacked by the zoo government. This DOS, they've been hijacked. Money has been exchanging hands for so long. They've gone. They've sold out completely, and we are not surprised because again, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, before this whole thing started, he already kind of positioned our mind. Nnamdi Kanu has positioned Biafran's mind that these things will happen. He said they will buy many of you. You remember that? That was his statement. They will buy you over, but it's not going to stop anything because at the end of the day, we must continue. Thank you, my brother.
Come, let's think. By allowing Kanu's legal and personal fate to create a quarrel, has the Nigerian state succeeded in destroying IPOB?
No, we are.
Can the state simply let IPOB destroy itself while the state sits back, observes, and occasionally feeds the flames with a leaked report or a legal gambit?
Yeah, they do all over.
IPOB's crisis is now a crisis of faith. And in that vacuum, the Nigerian state whispers becomes louder than the leader's voice from prison. So far, we have traced Nnamdi Kanu's legal odyssey and the internal rupture it has created. But that rupture didn't happen in a vacuum. It was catalyzed, and it continues to be feared by a legal and political weapon. The state's former designation of IPOB as a terrorist organization has implications. To understand IPOB's current crisis, we have to understand how this designation came about and how the Nigerian state has used it as a strategic tool of disintegration. The former process began in September 2017. A year the Nigerian military had already declared IPOB a violent terrorist organization, creating political momentum for legal action. On September 20th, 2017, Justice Abdul Kafarati of the Federal High Court in Abuja granted an ex parte application filed by the then Attorney General Abubakar Malami. Critically, this was an ex parte order, meaning that it was granted without IPOB being notified or given a chance to defend itself. The court declared IPOB's activities as acts of terrorism and illegality and proscribed its existence and directed the government to publish the order in the official gazette and 2 national newspapers. IPOB immediately challenged this, arguing that it violated their constitutional right to fair hearing. In January 2025, the Court of Appeal affirmed the proscription of IPOB, ruling that the government has acted lawfully and that IPOB activities pose a threat to Nigeria's continued existence. In November 2025, Justice James Omotosho went a step further, not just affirming the group's proscription, but also convicting Nnamdi Kanu and declaring him an international terrorist, specifically citing his threat to attack the British High Commission and the United States Embassy. This legal firework is a label. It is a weapon. The Nigerian state deployment of the terrorist designation has strategic implications for IPOB's internal cohesion. By legally branding the entire organization and its leader as terrorist, the Nigerian state delegitimizes the very idea of Biafran self-determination. It transforms a political grievance into a criminal enterprise. This puts immense pressure on members and supporters, forcing them to choose between their political beliefs and the risk of prosecution. This pressure is precisely what creates the environment for internal fractures. Now that the state has been careful to apply this designation selectively, I want you to take note of that. The Nigerian state has been careful to apply this terrorist designation selectively.
Pay attention to this part. Just pay attention to this part.
Yeah.
I want to dive into a conspiracy theory. You can help me break it down, but I will dive into it.
For me, it's not a conspiracy theory.
And Edosiem's name is prominent in this analysis.
Go ahead.
For instance, in a significant ruling in February 2025, a federal high court cleared IPOB's head of Directorate of State, Chika Edosiem, the very figure leading the faction that suspended Kanu of terrorism charges.
Do you remember this?
Mazi.
Do you remember this?
Which one?
Do you remember when the federal government cleared this Chika Edosiem of terrorism charges?
Okay. I didn't remember now.
The same person that he claimed to be in charge of IPOB that is proscribed. In his own case, he was cleared in 2015. He was cleared of terrorism charges in federal high court.
Okay.
Just listen.
Okay.
Just pay attention to this side.
The court ruled that Edosiem designation as a wanted person and terrorist was unconstitutional. Now, let's turn to a critical piece of this puzzle. Remember, conspiracy theory. You also help me break it down.
I will.
But let me take you into the theory. Edosiem's legal victory may have inadvertently deepened the division within IPOB that we are now seeing.
It is all planned by federal government. All the way they've been working towards.
We are talking about the acquittal of Chika Edosiem, the head of the Directorate of State, who was cleared of terrorism charges by a federal high court in Owerri in February 2025. The case is suit number FHCOW/FHR/29/2024 with Edosiem as the applicant against the Minister of Defense and the Chief of Defense Staff as respondents. The judgment was delivered by Justice I.N. Owebo, who heard the matter in Owerri, Imo State. This is how it started. On the 22nd of March 2024, the Ministry of Defense published its first edition of 2024, a security threat notice listing Edoziem as a wanted person, terrorist, insurgent, kidnapper, and a violent criminal, and they added his picture to that publication.
Yes.
So what did Edoziem do? He immediately challenged this declaration, arguing that he was never given any invitation or accused of any offense before the publication, making the entire process a violation of his constitutional rights. So he filed a fundamental rights enforcement suit to challenge his unlawful designation. And the justice delivered a decisive verdict. The court declared the inclusion of Edoziem's name in the security threat publication illegal and unconstitutional. The ruling affirmed that the publication was a gross violation of his constitutionally guaranteed right to dignity of the human person. The court ordered the Minister of Defense and Chief of Defense Staff to immediately retract the declaration of Edoziem as a terrorist, insurgent, kidnapper, violent criminal, and wanted person. The government was directed to issue an unreserved apology to Edoziem in 2 national newspapers. The court awarded 5 million naira in damages to Edoziem for the infringement of his fundamental rights. So let's give context to this judgment. Let's unravel it a bit. You help me break it down.
We are here.
I am just a political analyst.
Well done.
I am just a political scientist.
Absolutely.
I feed on issues.
I got you. This is the best part of this very program.
Significantly, Edoziem was the only individual among the many names listed in that defense headquarters publication
That was clear.
who successfully challenged his designation in court. This isolation is crucial for understanding the subsequent political dynamics. IPOB's lead counsel, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, hailed the ruling as historic and landmark, framing it as a strong statement against unjust profiling, and emphasizing the importance of due process in security matters. Now let's connect this to our central analysis. I'm just thinking, the Nigerian state's strategy of selectively applying the terrorist designation seems to have found a legal loophole.
Absolutely.
Edoziem, as the head of the Directorate of State, has been judicially cleared of the terrorist label, yet he is a member of a terrorist organization.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And he was cleared by the government.
This means that a key figure leading the faction that suspended Nnamdi Kanu is now legally clean, in the eyes of the Nigerian judiciary, why Kanu himself was sentenced to life imprisonment and declared an international terrorist.
You see how they divided it?
Yeah.
This creates a devastating asymmetry. What do you think?
Edmond, you try for him.
Am I playing the devil's advocate here?
You are not. You are just speaking the truth, the obvious. You are just revealing the obvious.
Edoziem is the reasonable, legally vindicated leader who can now claim legitimacy.
In the eye of the government.
Is that a conspiracy theory? Kanu remains the convicted terrorist, accessible only through monitored prison communications. Is this the Nigerian state's trap in action? By allowing one faction to be legally cleansed while the other is criminalized, is the Nigerian state feeling the internal rupture?
They are the one that created the DOS. We know now.
Edoziem's legal victory validates his faction's argument that the movement must distance itself from Kanu's militant rhetoric. Is that true?
You see, the whole thing is making sense.
Remember, the state doesn't have to destroy IPOB. It can simply let the cleared faction and the criminalized faction tear each other apart, while the courts and security agencies stand by as observers ready to intervene on behalf of the acceptable leadership when the dust settles. So which is the acceptable leadership? Peter Obi has said, if I become president, I will release Nnamdi Kanu. Will Peter Obi be president? Meanwhile, following the 2017 order, the government moved to appoint an administrator to seize IPOB assets in Nigeria and abroad. This is a financial and strategic blow, crippling the movement's infrastructure and its ability to project power and maintain its following.
Huh? He said that the government moved to, is it like confiscate? Is that the word of IPOB's? When was that? He said.
I think it's this year now, after they confirmed that, after they reconfirmed the prescription.
Okay, well, but they cannot, there's nothing to confiscate or there's nothing, absolutely, only in the zoo. This whole thing, we all know that these are just manufacturers' indictments. They are not, international is not recognized. You know, even though the conspiracy by the global whatever power, but at the same time, they know that IPOB is on the right track. Again, if you listen to my Kanu yesterday, Nigeria is an illegitimate, illegal entity. It's a fact. Because it has also expired.
Bro Chris, there's one thing that this man mentioned in this part of the program that I wanted you to talk about. This clearance of Peter after they designated him a terrorist and called different kind of name, then the federal government cleared him. Ordered for a compensation to be paid to him.
Ordered what?
Ordered for compensation to be paid for him and apology to be given in 2 dailies. National dailies.
This year also they did that.
Last year, 2015.
Oh, 2025.
2025, last year.
I wasn't aware of it, but again, bro, that is just a pure classic indication of the fact that the country is a lawless. There's no law in the country. This whole thing doesn't even make any sense in any judicial setting.
You see, what I'm trying to say is when Edmond was trying to link it up, as they cleared
federal government cleared Chika Edoziem, who is the leader of the struggle in DOS of their so-called terrorist group by the government. And now they took the leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and they sentenced him to life. Meanwhile, they cleared one person. In order to create that division. And now the person they prefer is the person they clear. And
exactly.
And it's not even very difficult to find, because when you look at the video that was made by Soludo said that IPOB have decided to work with them. That they are not part of the criminal group anymore.
Yeah, but
all these statements we are coming along with this very judgment that was given in favor of Chikedozie.
Yeah, bro.
And today, look at what that judgment have given birth to. Even as we stand, the government is still pushing that. If you look at all these things, all these pronouncements they're making against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, it is their media and their government that is promoting it. They somehow align with this very Chikedozie. They align with Chikedozie, and they decide to criminalize Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Mazi Simon Ekpa.
Because they are working with the government. It's very obvious, no? I mean, of course, there could be different interpretation towards what I've just had now. That happened last year. I wasn't aware of it. But the truth of the matter is that it shows two things probably. That is that one, there's no law in the country. They don't have law, and even the law they have, they don't respect it. They make up law as they go. So you can't even describe that as a society, as a functioning human society. A society that doesn't have standard, the rules and laws and regulations. They make it up as they go, as it suits them. It doesn't happen anywhere. There's no normal society where that happens, where you can pick and choose, right? You pick and choose as you go. It just doesn't happen. Now, another implication or meaning is that it is just like Soludo said, they've taken over that version of the IPOB led by Chikedozie. They are working with it, so, and not just them, even among those that come out through Simon Ekpa, there are those who are also working with the Zoo government. These things are not unexpected. It goes with the territory, it's good, like, we're emphasizing it, we're debunking it, we're exposing them, but it is what it is. It goes with the territory. This Chikedozie group, these are moles, these are saboteur groups.
Their involvement, the Chikedozie group involvement with Nigerian government is very deep. Very, very deep. It didn't start yesterday.
No, it didn't start.
And this is why they knew that Mazi Simon Ekpa was the obstacle. That is why they painted Mazi Simon Ekpa as the devil.
When you see me talk about,
you saw what Senimo came out and said that POB have agreed with work with them, that they are not part of the criminals. Who are those criminals? They called Mazi Nnamdi Kanu a criminal. They called Mazi Nnamdi Kanu a terrorist. They called Mazi Simon Ekpa a criminal. They called Mazi Simon Ekpa, and they went ahead to sentence Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to life imprisonment on terrorism. But they freed Chikedozie.
You think that if Chikedozie and his group, if they were genuine seeking for actualization of Biafra, they will not be freed, and they will not grant them that compensation.
That's the point I want people to get.
It's simple now.
Nigerian government will indict them of terrorism, and
of course,
he will remain exiled. They will never leave him. But you see how they remove everything, and immediately, Ifa their lawyer came out and celebrated it.
Yeah, I will just implore you to continue what you are doing, which is very, very vital. It's very important. But aside that, is a shameful thing for any Biafra not to figure these simple things out, because it's just too elementary, for you not to figure it out. And that former lawyer, what is his name, Joffo, they celebrated it because they are all in it. They are all in it, working with Soludo and the Zoo government. So obviously, the two guys that they were after, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa, that is just the fact. So I don't know why people should, there's nothing to wonder about this whole thing. It's very obvious that that DOS that was sacked, they were already a compromised group working with the enemy. That's a fact. So any Biafran who doesn't understand that, then I don't think I don't think you can understand anything at all. That is it, my brother. I have to go now because I have an appointment also. Then hopefully we see again, my brother. Thank you so much. We thank you for your effort.
Thank you so much, my brother. I will also be rounding up because I've spent more than 4 hours here now, going to almost 5 hours. So, but I just wanted to touch this, but maybe tomorrow I will still go to touch it again, or later this evening, touch it again. Thank you so much. This very part is the very important part I wanted us to look into and make people understand that the connection between this tax DOS and the government is not hidden. It is, and it didn't start today. It is something that they planned long time.
Huge,
we got to where
huge
we are.
money.
It's now pronounced and it's very clear for everybody to see.
Yeah, huge money is exchanging hands. That I can guarantee you.
Yes.
Over 100 million US dollars is being budgeted by the zoo government. So a lot of people are going to be bought over. A lot. So expect more to come. Those who tell you that they are the government, the IPOB is organization, watch and see what is going to be happening. Many of them are bought over. They just continue to live on lies.
We are waiting for them now. We did here. The question of time, everything will come out.
Week in, week out, year in, year out, they are telling you that they declared Biafra, that they are government, they are this, they are that, but with nothing, no movement to push towards actualization, no effort. Nobody is sticking his or her head out to liaise with the government. It's just a joke. But like I've been saying, and I'll keep saying, at the end of the day, they will all be blown away with time because it can't continue like this. Brother, later, bye.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you. My brother, University on TikTok, are you still there? If you're still there, please just give us your closing remarks so that I can round up and get some rest. We have a program today on X, on my time on Ekpa also. So go ahead.
Thank you so very much for what you're doing. I really appreciate you. I always join and listen to you every now and then.
You're welcome, my brother.
I really appreciate that. Yes, I appreciate the fact that you analyzed the scientist. You brought in his records to clarify some certain facts for many of their friends to understand that something is being going on.
Absolutely.
What Mazi Nnamdi Kanu put on the ground so they don't destroy it.
Yes.
So you saw what happened. When we saw that we cannot just push these people, we have to make sure they remain where they are in order not to affect Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and, skip our money from the goal to Biafra. Because that's why all of us are important to always put that at the front of our brain, our mind. We gather to fight together to secure a better future for Biafran people.
Absolutely.
Not to just gather to make fame or to begin to collect money from corrupt terrorist Nigerian state. So we have to have this thing in mind, and we must know that nobody is going to come and help us. In fact, they are going to come and kill us. But I want you to know that if God be with you, if Chukwukikadama be with you, no one can be against you and succeed. Mazi Simon said that you will try to betray me, but you will not succeed. You can see that in the likes of Ogenkere, he's running up and down now, he's begging Oyendu to please plead to Simon and plead to the Biafran government to let him go. Biafran has frustrated his life. He hasn't seen anything yet. And the other one that first caused the division that broke away at the first time, attacking the dream of Biafran people, they proposed a confederality state, the United States of Biafra that people proposed and voted for. She didn't let Biafran people to fight for their country. She didn't let them to defend themselves. But now, what is happening in Iran, in It will be happening, and the liberation will be going on right there in Biafra.
That's right.
The Nigerian occupational forces from Biafra. However, this today have gone a long way to let Biafrans understand that Chike Doziem and their group, they betrayed Biafra a long time ago. They were compensated for their betrayal, and their job was to bring down the person that Nigerian government never saw coming. And that person is Mazi Simon Ekpa.
Yes.
And I continue to tell them, the new dealers, if you know that you want to work with Biafran Republic government in exile, never open your mouth and say that Biafran government in exile does not exist, because it is the reason why you now exist today.
Absolutely. 100% correct. This is really the exist.
IPOB will be gone without Biafran Republic government. And that's why we attend their program. They said that we are working together. Yes, that is the type of unity that the men don't want.
Yeah.
They didn't tell you to go and collapse Biafran government.
Yes.
You don't have power for that. When they tell you that there are statutory advisory committee, there are 100 different project committee.
Absolutely.
Members of the Biafran Republic government are one of the key materials in all these offices that we is telling you about. So if you collapse it, then you collapse your IPOB. So people should use their brain. And I'm going to come on live to actually clarify that. So my brother, I love you so very much, David. What you did today is wonderful for clarity, especially for Biafrans who lives in homeland, who do not have enough information rather than what the enemies of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is showing the world.
Yes.
They wanted to destroy Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and Simon said no. That's where the grievances began. And when Simon, the Biafran government, find out that these people are working with Nigerian government terrorists, there was no how to work with them. So they have to now put down those who are still standing. So we have to stand up for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, at the same time standing up for Mazi Simon Ekpa.
Yes.
If you stand up for Mazi Simon, if you stand up for Nnamdi Kanu, and you do not stand for Mazi Simon Ekpa,
You are as good as doing nothing. You are as good as doing nothing. You stand nowhere.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my beloved brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate you for putting more light and more life to that very information. That is the right information. You know, none of us that are genuine is feeling threatened by the reborn of IPOB. We are not feeling threatened. Just like my brother said, we are willing to interact, we are willing to engage, and we are willing to watch and see. We are not afraid of anything. What is there to be afraid of? We have wanted this. Mazi Simon Ekpa will be very, very happy to see a united front. We have all waited for it. And now that they have come, anybody that feels threatened, you just told us where you belong. And I urge every Biafran to stand their ground. Stand their ground. You cannot effectively defend Mazi Nnamdi Kanu without defending Mazi Simon Ekpa. And I thank God that many people have begun to realize that. The same card they played on Mazi Simon Ekpa, see you and you fell into it. Look at it today. It is exactly the same card they are playing on Mazi. The same way they describe Mazi Simon Ekpa as a terrorist, call him different kinds of names. He's a killer, he's a sponsor, he's the one causing the insecurity in Biafra land. Exact thing is what they are repeating against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If you had not fallen to their direction that time to listen to that nonsense they were speaking, if you had paid attention to Mazi Simon Ekpa, we will not be fighting this battle we are fighting today. But at the same, we don't have to lament and continue blaming. We are moving forward, and we are ready to move on. And by the special grace of Chukwu Kabiam, we shall overcome. I appreciate everyone that have joined us on this program today. Thank you so much for joining. If you have not shared this program yet, please like and share so that other people can get this information. This is a time that we can't give silence. The propagandas, you haven't seen nothing yet. They are still coming. That is why every one of us need to get busy. Spend more time online if you can. Share more videos if you can. Join us on program if you can. I pray that Chukwu Kabiam will guide and protect all of us. Thank you so much for watching, and see you again later in the day. Join us on X. We are coming on X this evening to speak on the issue of Mazi Simon Ekpa, both his court case and his effort, all the things he has done in the past in this very struggle. We are coming on X today. Join us on X and hear your opinion. We are holding on X today. Join us every Monday. We hold a program for Mazi Simon Ekpa every Monday. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I will. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone. Please stay put. Don't allow anybody to confuse you. Is Biafra going to come? It is already here. Don't get distracted. Don't get distracted. Don't be afraid. The battle is won already. Don't allow it to disrupt you. I pray that Chukwu Okokabem will lead us to our directions. Thank you so much and stay blessed. See you again next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.